Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our Alice City Council meeting. Today is April 19th, 2022. It is 4:31. I call this meeting to order. I will go to our roll call just to certify quorum. As I call your name, please answer with present or here. Mr. P. Chris?
Here.
Mr. Molina?
Here.
Mr. Romberg?
Here.
Mrs. Sandra Bowen? Present. Okay. Let the record reflect that we do have quorum. Thank you. And we will proceed with our invocation. Our invocation will be presented by Pastor Rusty Carr of the Abundant Life Church. Welcome and thank you so much.
Well, thank you for inviting us to be a part of this meeting and pray over the city and over the officials that are here. It's not hard to do because it's something that we do every week over you guys. It's very good to see our police officers and fire departments that are here today. We want you to know that you are prayed over continuously. Even though we don't know you by name, we cover you and your families. Father, in the name of Jesus, we give you thanks for the leadership of Alice, Texas that's here today. I pray and intercede for every elected official and civil employee that serve the city and are in authority to promote the health, wealth, and well-being of our people, community, and commerce. I decree and declare that skillful and godly wisdom have entered into the heart and soul of each official, and that knowledge is pleasant to us. I thank you that discretion watches over us, understanding keeps us, and delivers us from the way of evil and evil men. I ask that you provide the spirit of wisdom, knowledge, and sanctification for your people that you've promoted to authority in this city. I ask you to surround our city, elected and appointed officials, and the servants with counselors. I pray that each heart has an ear to hear and will be attentive to godly, moral, lawful counsel, and will choose to do what's right in your eyes, not only in the public eye, but in every walk of life as they serve this just cause. May each one of our elected and chosen and appointed lead, speak, and walk in integrity and be obedient in the role concerning the people of the city. May each one extend common courtesy and protect the dignity of their peers and constituents and employers. I thank you that each person maintains a spirit of civility and mutual respect and consideration of one another's thoughts and ideas toward the common good and prosperity of our city and the well-being of her people. Father, there is no authority except that which you have established. You raise one up and you set another down. The authorities that exist have been established by you. For our city, I pray that the upright shall dwell in our local government and municipalities, that those who are blameless and complete in your sight and are willing to do what's right when confronted by you remain in these positions of authority, but that the wicked, ill-intended, with alternative agendas be exposed and cut off from leadership and the treacherous rooted out of it. Your word declares, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. I believe that includes cities and communities that value and respect the rule of law and morality that you've graciously revealed and given to society. It is written in your word that the heart of a king is in the hand of the Lord, and you turn it whichsoever way you desire. I declare that our hearts are in your hand, and our decisions are divinely directed by you. I decree and declare that our city prospers, our economy will grow, the standard of living for every family will rise, and that many new and invigorating industry, business, and companies find value and invest in Alice and Jim Wells County. I decree and declare that our leaders today are filled with faith in our future, that you give them new ideas, concepts, that you favor them and add relationships to them that open doors of opportunity for these things to start happening. May this be our city's best year ever. May we maintain the unity of the spirit of Alice through the bond of peace. May the spirit of community and sincere desire for the well-being of all her people direct every consideration and produce unified decisions toward this goal. May our leadership remember they are but stewards of our lives. your people and their common well-being, not tyrannical dictators, securing and promoting their own personal wealth and well-being, and that it is you that defend the weak and the downtrodden and uphold justice and judgment in the affairs of men. Y'all have to forgive me, I'm a preacher. You say in your word that it's the little foxes that destroy the vine. I believe the well-being of our entire nation begins with the people of her cities that endeavor to promote and serve the common good and maintain founding principles of our nation, state, and local constitutions. I declare and decree this committee, the people of Alice, Texas, and her distinguished leaders and guests are the right people in the right place for such a time as this. In Jesus' name I pray.
Amen.
Thank you.
Amen. Mr. Molino.
Thank you, Pastor.
My leadings.
Please turn and face the flag. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor.
Thank you, Pastor. Okay. Right. I would like to ask council if we could, you would not mind that we move up our presentations, and then following that, then we come back to our public comments. Are y'all okay with that?
Sure.
So we can have our guests enjoy, have refreshments and snacks downstairs for you. Okay, let me see. Okay, we have two proclamations. So I'll open up agenda item number 5, presentations. The 5.1 is presentation of proclamation to the Purple Door for Sexual Awareness Month. 5.2 is a presentation of proclamation for National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week. 5.3 is presentation of certificates of appreciation for our first responders. And I will come back to public comments and then go to 5.4. Would that be okay, Mr. Lemon, if I open 5.4 after? Okay. All right. So council, if you'll join me. I just need to place this. Let's see if I can. Okay. Is this on? Can I come in here? I'm gonna put it. Okay. Hi. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. I know. Okay. Oops. Okay. Oops. Oh, it's chihuahuas. All right. Okay. Yes, ma'am. I would like to present you with this proclamation that I will read from the Office of the Mayor, Cynthia Carrasco. Sexual Assault Awareness and Prevention Month. Sexual violence impacts women, children, and men of every age, background, sexual orientation, and belief. Whereas in 2015, 6.3 million Texans have experienced some form of sexual assault. And I always lose my breath, guys, so I'm sorry. Sexual assault in their lifetime, and 80% of Texas victims were sexually assaulted by someone they knew. And whereas in 2015, 91% of sexual assault victims in Texas did not report to law enforcement, and only 3% of sexual assault predators ever spend a single day in jail. And whereas concerns about how the justice system will handle the incident and harmful misconceptions about sexual assault are among the reasons that sexual violence is generally not reported. And whereas research, again, you guys, research in 2020 by Harvard Medical School found that the rates of sexual violence have increased during COVID-19 epidemic, and social distancing has reduced victims' access for to safely report or connect to resources. Therefore, we ask all citizens to loose the ribbon because prevention is action. Creating change begins with changing a culture. Challenge harmful norms, beliefs, and ideals rooted in oppression, and be a voice for those who have been silenced. Get involved by following the Purple Door on Facebook and Instagram at Purple Door TX. Is it .com? Just TX, okay. It is the mission of the Purple Door to empower the community and those affected by domestic violence and sexual assault to transition to a safe and healthy environment. Now, therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of the city of Alice, I do hereby proclaim April is Sexual Assault Awareness and Prevention Month. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Council, come on. Yeah. Thank you so
guys
much.
so
Thank you
much.
for
I
what
really
y'all do.
Thank you guys for always doing this every year. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
You want this next or do you want
Okay. And in honor of our councilwoman's birthday, I'm going to ask if you can please read this one.
Oh, it's a long one, isn't it?
We'll do it together. So who will be receiving this on behalf of the telecommunications?
Safety Telecommunicators Week.
Okay. It wasn't it.
I'll do my best. I can't do it as well as you.
What? Hi. Hi. Come on in.
Okay, we're good. Okay, proclamation. Office of the Mayor, Cynthia A. Carrasco. Public Safety Telecommunications Week. Whereas in Texas, public safety telecommunicators act as our unseen first responders, serving our committees and helping save lives every day. These professionals, which include 911 operators, dispatchers, and all other highly trained communications specialists, answer calls to help and address the emergent needs of callers according to the specific challenges raised by any given emergency. They process the situation, responding rapidly and often creatively to reassure frightened, upset, and confused callers, while all at the same time maintaining their calm, professional, and disciplined demeanor, that handling any emergency 911 call requires. And did you want to do the next one?
Yes. Whereas public safety telecommunicators have remained unwavering in their dedication to providing essential services to Texans in need, always adapting to an evolving emergency response field with almost 600 public safety answering points where over 4,000 telecommunicators answer 911 calls. Texas is well equipped with the best professionals who can provide critical assistance for Texans in times of emergency. And whereas the Commission on State Emergency Communications works with telecommunicators and local state governments to ensure Texans have reliable access to emergency telecommunication services. Every year, the Commission dedicates a week in April for an awareness campaign which highlights the many contributions and achievements of public safety telecommunicators and their importance to the public safety framework of the Lone Star State. Now, therefore, at this time, I encourage all Texans to learn more about the vital role these professionals play in our everyday lives and to extend their appreciation to all public safety telecommunicators. Okay. Their strength and expertise in times of crisis ensures Texans receive the help they need when they need it in the most. So therefore, I, Cynthia Carrasco, Mayor of the City of Alice, do hereby proclaim April 10th through 16th, 2022, Public Safety Telecommunicators Week, and I call this observance to the attention of all citizens. Thank you so much. Thank you for what y'all do. Thank you. Okay.
Squeeze in.
Come on, Mr. Burke. Okay. Thank y'all so much. Thank you for what y'all do. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank y'all. Thank y'all
Thank
very
y'all.
much.
Bye-bye. Okay, yes. Yes, don't forget. Ya me dio calor. Huh? Okay. Did they kill my mic? Okay. I wanted to, on behalf of the City of Alice and its staff, employees, to thank all those that participated and helped us during these wildfires. And anytime y'all are here to respond and we come together as one, different entities, different counties. So as a token of our appreciation, we wanted to recognize y'all today and thank y'all. I know if you want to say a little something.
Oh, sure. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes.
Y'all touch dear to my heart. As y'all know, I am law enforcement family due to my son being in law enforcement, so I consider y'all my family. And y'all have always been there to answer the call, even for each other. So I appreciate y'all, brothers and sisters, standing by each other through all crisis and all needs. Y'all have been there for my son in the past, and I appreciate every single one of you. God bless y'all and keep y'all safe and healthy always. Thank you.
Mr. Burke.
Just to express gratitude for the very important work and service you do on a daily basis, and it is very appreciated every day.
Mr. Crisp.
Just, thank you really doesn't cover what we feel just as citizens of Alice, and I think my voice carries well enough. I think my voice carries well enough, but it doesn't really express a true gratitude on what y'all do, and it's not just for the citizens of Alice. You've gone out of your way to help people in the county and other cities and other counties, as well as them coming to us. So, it's that same situation that I know I've mentioned, and I've said it up here several times since I've been on council. It's y'all running in when everybody else is running out, and y'all putting in the effort that a lot of other people couldn't even fathom thinking about. We thank you every day for what you do, and no more so now, having seen it step up to our doorsteps, right on the edge of town, and coming to get us. And you stood your ground, and I thank y'all for that. And God bless y'all for what y'all do.
Mr. Malik.
Very honored and very appreciative. Thanks for all you do, and honored to have you. Thank you.
Thank y'all. So we have just a little token of appreciation, a certificate, and then please go downstairs. You enjoy the snacks and food that we have for you and sweets. And again, from the bottom of our hearts, we love you, we care about you, and we appreciate everything and anything you've done for all of us. Thank you. Yes. So if I can have a representative for the Alice Fire Department.
Why are you looking back?
I know.
We got one.
Okay.
They were they're like first with the keys.
Well, thank y'all so much, and receive this on behalf of this city for our appreciation and acknowledgement for all the hard work you do for us. Thank you so much. And I'd like to say I saw this gentleman walking with soot on his face, tired, so thank you for everything you do for us. Thank you so much. Thank you. Come on, so we can take a picture. Oh, I messed up, right? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, I appreciate you guys so much. Okay. Okay. May we have a representative of the Alice Police Department? Thank you. Thank you so much. Good. Hey. Hey. Hey, thank you so much. Yeah. I share.
On behalf of the city of Alice and our mayor and council, we'd like to thank our police department for all you do in protecting and serving our community. Without you, we are lost. So thank you so much for being at our fingertips and at our phone calls, at the end of our phone calls. So God bless you and keep you safe always.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh, y'all can't leave yet.
And this is a great birthday gift. And that's the skinny lens, right?
Thank you so much.
Communications Division.
Okay. May I have a representative from the City of Alice Communications Division? Oh, I was like, whose phone is that?
Communications.
Alice?
Dispatch.
Yes.
Yeah, no, there they go. Here she comes. Oh, okay. I got you.
Yeah, go. Come on in. Y'all are on the spotlight. Come into the spotlight.
Well, of course, communication is an integral part of the whole process and ties everything together. So again, you are very much, very essential. And everything you do is much appreciated. And thank you so much on your daily service to us and the city.
Thank you. Oh. Thank you. Thank y'all again. Thank you so much. Thank y'all again. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm sorry I give hugs all the time.
No, you're fine.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. May I have a representative for the Ben Bolt Volunteer Fire Department? Do we have someone here? Yeah? Okay, here you go. Hi. Hello, how are you? Thank you.
Now, we didn't know which ones we were getting. I just want to put that out there right now. Just happened to get in line, so throwing stuff at us. As a citizen of Alice, not only as a council member, but just a citizen of our city and our county, and knowing what y'all do for us every day out there. Y'all are brothers in this effort to protect our community and our county and our extended family, as you would say. And I just want to say, this is just the smallest of tokens that we can give to the Bimpo Fire Department, Volunteer Fire Department, because y'all do it out of the kindness and love of y'all's hearts. And don't think that I would ever say that ours do not, but it's a different level, and I appreciate what y'all do for us every day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I appreciate all your help. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for your service.
Okay. Thank you. May I have a representative of the Orange Grove Volunteer Fire Department? Mr. Mosher. Hi.
Hi.
Thank you.
Welcome. Appreciate it. On behalf of the City of Alice, I want to offer this certificate of recognition to Orange Grove Volunteer Fire Department. Thank you for all you do, first responders. You guys run in, most people running out. Really appreciate it. Very honored to do this for you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you all for assisting us as well.
God bless.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry. Okay, may I have a representative from the Fremont Volunteer Fire Department? Fremont? No? Okay. Okay. Thank you, Fremont Fire Department, Volunteer Fire Department. Okay, may I have a representative from the San Diego Volunteer Fire Department? Okay. Okay. And a representative from Sandia Volunteer Fire Department? Welcome and thank you. Here you go. Thank you. Yes, here you go.
On behalf of the City of Alice and our mayor, we would like to give you this certificate in recognition for your service to not only Sandia, but for surrounding communities. We all band together, and when in need, y'all are there. And when in need, that you need us, we are there for you. So continue to love your community, and we appreciate everything you do.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay.
County Judge and Emergency Management.
Okay, may I have a representative from the Jim Wells County Judge and Emergency Management Office? They're not here? Okay.
Is the communication official?
Jim Wells County Communications Division? No one? Okay, we'll do them together. Okay, so, oh, here comes. Okay, where's the other one?
Okay.
You will? Thank you, sir. You accept this? Thank you for all you do. And Mr. Burke would like to say something. I'll give you the next one.
I just flew through.
Okay.
You want to get a picture?
I don't know, do you?
Okay.
You came up? Okay, it's both of them?
Yes, because we also have for the
Oh,
Jim
okay.
Wells County Sheriff's Department.
It goes without saying that.
Well, we have the Sheriff's
Oh,
Department.
I'm sorry. Coming.
Come on in. This is in recognition of the Jim Wells County Sheriff's Department. Come in. There you go.
It goes without saying that the city is very grateful that, you're always there with us and for us. And the joint efforts that we do together, to keep the community safe and protected. And thank you so much for everything you do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to say a little blurb. Sheriff Bueno, thank you so much for all you do for our city and working with our police chief. I really appreciate it. Thank you so
You're
much.
welcome. Thank
I
you.
appreciate y'all.
Chief and council, thank you very much for accepting our gifts and whatever we can
help you win. We're there just across the street. Good
Yes.
working relationship goes a long way.
Yes.
Thank you all so
Thank
much.
you. Thank you.
Chief, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Appreciate you guys.
Thank you. I'm weird. I get hugs. So. Thank y'all. Y'all be safe. Okay. May I have a representative from Jim Wells County Precinct 1? She's not here? Okay. May I have a representative from the Jim Wells County Precinct 2? No? You didn't see him? Okay. We'll mail them out. No worries. I'll- Jim Wells, a representative from the Jim Wells County Precinct 3? No? Okay. Huh? Jim Wells County Precinct 4? Okay, here you go. Thank you, Rachel. Hi. Thank you. Come on. Hi, thank you. Come on in. You have to be in the spotlight there, okay?
It's a small token from the city, just a certificate of recognition for the Jim Wells County Precinct 4. We thank y'all for everything that y'all do for us and alongside of us in our just everyday lives as being part of a community. So thank you guys very much for all of that. Thank you. Squeeze in.
Thank you,
All right.
Rachel.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for all you do.
Thank
You help us a lot.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Okay. May I have a representative from the Texas A&M Forest Services or Service? Bring them in. Nice. Come on in. I'm like, come on in.
Hi.
Hi. Say-
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Everybody.
Yeah, everybody come on. No hiding. Come on. Y'all played a key role in protecting us, and we want to thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, welcome. Hi, welcome. Hi, welcome. Hi. Hello. Hi. Welcome. Well, on behalf of the City of Alice and our City Council and myself, we want to thank y'all for your service and all your contribution. Y'all were key in helping us and assisting us in holding those fires back that could have been very devastating for our city. So thank you so much. I can't tell you how much we appreciate you. Thank y'all. Thank you. I'd like to hug you. I'm a little weird.
It's all good. It's all good.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Y'all enjoy the sandwiches and snacks downstairs. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. And may I have a representative from the Texas Department of Emergency Management? Well, hello there. Nice to see you again.
Hi, good to see you. How you been? Long time no see.
I know. Come on into the spotlight here.
All right, man. Good to see you again.
Mr. Molina?
Good.
Well, I would like to thank you on behalf of the City of Alice, all our council members and myself, for everything you do for us. A lot of times when an emergency happens, he's key. He's behind the scenes, guiding us, sending us information so we can put out there to our public. So thank you so much for keeping us safe and making us all aware.
Most welcome. It's a collaborative effort.
Thank you.
Thank y'all. Here, I'll give you a hug.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank y'all, brother. Hey, appreciate it. Take care. Y'all be safe.
Thank you for everything.
Do without you.
Thank
again,
you.
Mayor.
Enjoy your snacks
You got
downstairs.
anything you shop.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Okay. No. To go and enjoy their. I think Nelly.
Ready? Did you tell them to go ahead and start getting that?
She told him to go ahead.
Okay.
Just so that they know.
Mayor.
Yes. Oh. Se me olvidó.
Here, I'll take it.
But I have to take it off of here. Sorry, guys.
You got it, you got it?
Okay.
There you go, there you go, there you go.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I apologize. We jumped around a little bit, but I thought that it was important for them to get their recognition and enjoy some of the snacks that we've given them.
Heaven forbid a call
Okay.
comes in now.
Huh?
Heaven
They're all
forbid a
here.
call comes in.
Oh.
I know, right?
Okay, moving on to our agenda, we'll go to agenda item number 3, public comments. And we do have one citizen that would like to speak, Ms. Belinda Silva. If you can introduce yourself and state your address.
Yes, Mayor. My name is Belinda Silva. I reside at 904 Lewis Street. And I would like to specifically speak in regards to agenda item 8.2. May I speak? Thank you. May I speak at that time?
Okay.
Or how is that handled per law?
It's executive session.
Okay.
I would rather speak at the opening of the agenda, please.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Council, we'll move on to our public comments. Before we move on to council comments, I would like to wish a happy birthday to Councilwoman Ms. Sandra Bowen.
Thank you.
Happy birthday
Thank you.
on behalf of all of us, so.
Appreciate it. Thank you so
Happy
much.
birthday.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Blessings.
Appreciate it.
So in that spirit, we'll have you,
Go first?
yes.
Real quick, I do thank everybody in the community who's reached out and said happy birthday to me and mayor and council. I appreciate all you do and wishing me happy birthday as well, and Odie and Nellie, everyone in general. It has been a blessing and a blessed day, but also I'd like to lift up Barbie Wymore's family. I did attend the funeral service this morning. And as we celebrated her life, I realized that God has blessed me with 53 years. And life is short, and we should never, ever take it for granted, and always love each other, be there for each other, be kind, be the person that God created you to be. That would be my birthday wish and blessing for all of us. So that'll be it. Thank you so much.
Mr. Burke?
Yes, I don't normally make a comment, but tonight I'd like to make one little comment. And looking at the calendar, I noted that April 24th is National Crime Victims Week. And I thought about it a little bit, and in a sense, I feel like this week recognizes each of us in this room. You see, later in the meeting, our police chief will present summary reports showing arrests being made. Arrests being made. Thank you, APD, and also the Sheriff's Department and all the other cooperating agencies that work together. But in the big picture of things, these police agencies and arrests are just one part of a larger picture, moving parts of a criminal justice system. For this system to be effective, all parts must be moving together in the same direction. For police and public seeing repeat offenders over and over again, it's a signal that somewhere there's a breakdown. This trend has to be reversed.
Thank you, Mr. Burke. Mr. Molina?
I have no comments, thank you.
Mr. Chris?
We really covered it earlier when we gave out the proclamation, the recognitions, and thank you to our first responders, our firefighters out there, the surrounding areas, firefighters, and for what they do, and anybody involved in helping keep our community and the communities around us safe and secure. And just go out and have a blessed day and remember why you're around. Thank you.
Thank you. I also just wanted to address the community and our city. I hope you had a very blessed Easter. I'm sorry we didn't have a meeting earlier. Could have said Happy Easter, but I hope everyone enjoyed the festivities. Thank you to all the churches and community entities that had Easter icons and just put some events out there for the children. So thank you for that, and thank you to all our first responders and all the entities that always assist. It's a blessing. So thank you so much. Okay. Thank you, council. We will move on to agenda item number 4, city manager staff reports. Mr. Esparza?
Yeah.
Oh, I need to open them up, right? I'm so sorry. I forget. 4.1, Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs has awarded Community Action of South Texas funds to assist low-income households with water and wastewater bills. 4.2, City of Alice Civic Plus website is live for Texas Open Records request. Thank you, Mr. Esparza. Sorry about that.
No problem. Thank you, Mayor. Just like the agenda item read, so the TDHCA awarded Community Action Corporation of South Texas cost money to assist low-income households for water and wastewater bills. And so it's called the Low Income Household Water Assistance Program. And so we been fortunate. We partnered up with them on this project. And so we had they'll have an application if a person meets eligibility, which is income at or below 150% of the federal poverty guideline, and a few other requirements, then they're eligible to get their water bill and wastewater bill paid. And so we actually signed the agreement today. City attorney reviewed it. We've been working on it for over a week. And so we're going to let the public know. It'll get out on social media, and also when someone calls in on water bill, we'll let them know that there's a program available to contact Community Action. And they have a form that'll be filled out so we can release information if on payment on what's required. And so I want to let you guys and the public know that that program started, and there's a flyer in your packet that we'll be putting out as well. So it's a really good program that's out there. The funds that are awarded are kind of a moving target. They don't have a complete dollar amount yet, but I believe this program will go on until August of 2023. And it's kind of a first come, first serve program. So we'll let the public know also. On 4.2, wanted to let you guys know also that we recently moved to a more automated system on our open records requests. On our website, there's a link, and so we're using iCompass for the software program and the platform for that. So it's going to allow us to actually track it a little bit better, meet deadlines, and also let the public know when we get the request, they'll get an automated email that we received it. And so that started on March the 8th, I believe. And so, we look forward to April 8th, sorry. Part of streamlining and technology that we're trying to do to make it easier for the citizens and also for our staff to comply with the requests.
Okay. Thank you for that. Okay. And moving on agenda item number 5, which I had opened partial. We'll move to 5.4, presentation and discussion from Bill Norris with Norris Leal regarding groundwater project, Texas Water Development Phase 1 and 2, including P3 updates. Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. Hope everyone had a wonderful Easter. And just give a brief update. It's been a couple months. Doesn't appear on the surface that a lot's been done, but just this last month we had 2 regular meetings every month, and we had 2 more meetings to discuss some design parameters and things with 7 Cs, and we also had a meeting with the Texas Water Development Board. So there's a lot of moving parts, and so kind of update our meetings with Seven Seas Water is really related to permitting of the discharge. And just give you an update on that. We've not submitted, or Seven Seas has not submitted on behalf of the city, the permit discharge, because after meetings with the Texas TCQ related to the discharge parameters, that it's suggested that we blend the water with the wastewater effluent to dilute that and give a constant flow within the creek streams, which is a better quality, gives us the opportunity to do that. The other thing is, once we treat the water, or Seven Seas treats the water, now we have to blend that with the city's water system, which we have to make sure that it meets, it's not corrosive, it doesn't cause issues when you have two different waters working together. So we're working with them on the design and making sure all that comes out correctly. We submitted the final documentation for the well project. As you see the pictures down there, I don't know who that guy is. I don't remember the bald spot of the water, but it must be somebody else that kind of stood in. But it doesn't look like much, but that is your $3 million well sitting there, that everything is below ground, so it's kind of difficult to see. We do have the temporary pump that Waterhome Board asked us to put in, so it can be classified as a working well. And I know the city, Demetrios, pumped it down, and we've taken a couple samples from there. So it is functional, and it serves a purpose. And one of the biggest purposes, it allows us to make the final request for payment, so we can make the final payment to Weisinger Construction. That's pretty much it. I know that we're working on the discharge permit as the main thing. Once we apply for that permit, we're looking at probably close to 9 months before you receive the permit. So between now and then, after the permit has been applied for, and we know what that permit is supposed to be, because we're working with the TCQ to get the permit parameters, and so they go through the administrative clearance and then also the technical clearance, the final technical, and then it's advertised by law for landowners and allows the other entities, state and federal agencies to comment on that. So you won't see construction until after that's completed and the environmental work is completed. So we're looking at probably, I would shoot for breaking ground, and within about 9 months. That would be the goal. But during that time, doesn't mean that things aren't working, because we'll be working with Seven Seas to finalize the design of the project. So that's concludes my report. If you have any questions?
Mr. Chris? Mr. Molina?
I'm good.
Mr. Burke?
No, ma'am.
Mrs. Bowen?
No, thank you. Thank you.
And we appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Okay. Moving on to agenda item number 5.5, hear presentation and delivery of City of Alice Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, CAFR, for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2021, as presented by Park Fowler and Company. Hi, welcome. Yes.
Yeah, all right. My name's Patrick Hall, CPA with the firm of Park Fowler and Company. And we perform the financial statement audit for the city. One thing that we could put on there to make GFOA happy is they don't want you to refer to the report as a comprehensive annual financial reporting. Apparently, the acronym for that is a not so nice of a word. So they've changed it and they flipped it. So annual comprehensive financial report.
Oh, how funny.
But they're really pushing hard that everybody, and it's hard to do because I've been using that term for 30 years now. So it's gonna be tough. But anyway, so I'm here to present your report. The city does submit to the GFOA for the Certificate of Excellence in Financial Reporting. And that document looks like this. The original one's framed It is, I think, down, is it in finance or in the city manager's office? But it's just, what it means is that the financial report goes through a review process at GFOA, which is the Government Finance Officers Organization, and they review it at every level for, they have, and there's additional sections to the report that are GFOA requirements, and they go through it thoroughly, and that's kind of what they consider a best practice in presenting all the financial information in a usable or somewhat usable format for the city. Now, I say somewhat usable, it's a lot of information that's in this report. If you turn to page 7, pages 7 through 9 is our piece of the report. The rest of the report is basically, or not basically, is the city's. And it's, the numbers are derived from the internal accounting system. But this is our opinion page, and so this is our piece of the report. For those of you that are new, you probably haven't seen their opinion report, but for people that have seen it in the past, you may have noticed that the format of this report has changed. And what they've done is, instead of the opinion being down, it used to be like third or fourth paragraph, they've moved it right up to the front. So it's in the top. So the first paragraph or section there tells you which financial statements we're putting an opinion on. And then that next paragraph tells you that we're issuing unmodified opinion on the financial statements, which is the best opinion you can get. It means it's a clean report, and we're not aware of any corrections that would need to be made to the financial statements. So we believe they're fairly presented. And then the sections, the next section is your MD&A. I encourage you to read that. That's actually an analysis, just brief, of the city's financial performance over the course of the year. So it does provide quite a bit of useful information. And starting on page 18, and this is actually where the actual numbers piece of the report starts. And these first two statements that you see are what we refer to as the government-wide. So you prepare your internal financial statements in a fund basis, and you have all the funds. These statements take that fund basis or modified accrual basis of accounting and convert it to full accrual accounting. And then there's the reconciliation page of the differences between the full accrual and the modified accrual. So it explains the differences in the report. And then you have, I mean, you can read through the report, and then the notes to the financial statements, which I believe start on page, I moved my number one page on me, but I think it's either 34 or 35, and runs to like page 60. So the notes are a required part of they're part of the statement. They're as important as the numbers are that you're seeing on the statements. In some ways, they may be more valuable because they provide additional detail or an explanation of what the substance of the transaction really is. So when you're looking at the financial statements and some question pops in your head, look to the notes and it might be answered there. And then there's the rest of the reporting is basically on all of your individual funds, and they're presented behind the notes. Then you have your statistical section, which is a part of the GFOA reporting. And then starting on page 114, there's two more opinions that are on with your statements, and that is you received enough or had enough expenditures of what are considered federal dollars that it triggers what we refer to as a A133 or a single audit. So we did that portion of the audit, and those are the opinions related to the federal awards, the dollars that the federal program. And there was no findings there either. So, and there's a dollar threshold that triggers this, so you don't have it every year. In fact, this is the second year. It's basically the coronavirus funds and the water development board money that triggered it. So it'll probably go away next year, I think, right? Possibly. It just depends what federal dollars do. So that's the one other thing I would say, because usually I have that additional letter that I tell you about required communication to you, that's all incorporated in the opinion now. So basically, it tells you how we perform the audit, our professional standards, if there was any disagreements with management, or if there's anything that I need to report to you. That's all in the opinion now. So I'm happy to report the audit went smoothly, you have a clean opinion. We were a little bit late getting it to you, and I apologize for that. We had some staffing issues, and everybody's learning the hard way. It's hard to find people right now. So, but anyway, we got that resolved, but we're happy to get you the report and answer any questions you may have.
Council, Mrs. Bowen, any questions?
No, thank you. Not right now, thank you.
Mr. Burke?
Not this time.
Mr. Molina?
Sorry to hear about your staffing issues. Thank you. No comments, no questions.
Okay. Mr. Chris?
No, I'll be sure. Once we review it more, I'll reach out. Thank you.
Yeah, if there's questions, certainly Vanessa knows how to get a hold of me.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
Appreciate
sir.
the business.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. So moving on to agenda item number 6, our consent agenda. All consent agenda items are considered to be routine by the city council and will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council member so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the consent agenda and voted on separately. Council, at this time, do you have any issues with the consent agenda, or would like to have an item moved from consent agenda? Mr. Chris?
No, I do not.
Mr. Molina?
No, ma'am.
Mrs. Bowen?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Burke?
No.
Council, I would like to ask if we can move 6.2 out of the consent agenda for discussion. If y'all are okay with that.
No problem with it.
Mr. Molina? You okay with that?
Sure, I'm fine.
Mr. Burke? Mrs. Bowen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In order to move it out of the consent agenda, we need a motion. Okay. May I have a motion to move agenda item 6.2 out of the consent agenda into individual consideration for discussion?
As requested by Mayor, I make a motion to move consent agenda item 6.2 into individual discussion.
Second.
What number in the non-consent, what number are you gonna give it?
We'll give it 7.1A. Is that okay?
You have a 7.18.
Do we?
Yes, ma'am.
I didn't see a
I say 7.10.
Okay. Well, sounds good. Thank you. Okay, so
To
it'll be...
replace this as individual consideration 7.10.
Second. Okay. So we have a first and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Okay. Motion carries. I wanted just to move it, it's a simple question, nothing just for, I wanted to ask city manager in reference to,
We haven't
have to open.
we haven't
Oh,
got there
I'm
yet.
sorry.
We haven't got there yet.
sorry about that.
No problem.
Well, you said,
You want to do the consent agenda,
okay.
and then we go to that?
I'm sorry, I forget. Okay, so moving to 6.1, discuss and consider and act upon approval of city council minutes for the March 17, 2022 city council meeting.
Motion to approve consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Okay, motion passes. Thank you, council. I apologize for that. Okay. Agenda item number 7, individual considerations. So we will open
7.10.
7.10.
10, yes.
Okay. Okay. So Discuss, consider, and act upon authorizing issuance of a request for qualifications for independent professional audit services for fiscal year 2022 to 2023. I just wanted to have this move just to ask a question as to, is this something we do for review after, why were we doing this? I was just wanted to.
We've used the same auditing firm. I believe this is the fourth or fifth year? Fifth year.
Okay.
And so, for me, if I'm looking at it from the standpoint of what is our staff used to, I think they're used to what these guys are looking at, and the firm looks at, and I tend to like to change, do an RFQ for firms after about, 4 or 5 years. I think that's a good practice for us. And it keeps us on our toes also, as far as what our guys are looking for when they do the audit. But it's, over the course of the years, I think we've probably gone longer than 5 years in the past with using the same firm. But if I remember correctly, we probably, in the past 15 years, probably used 3 or 4 different firms.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Y'all have any other questions? Mr. Chris?
Yeah, now this, I will say that having been here since they come on board before we had this group, and I'm not saying that we necessarily stick with them, but I like the idea of going out there, seeing what else is out there and so forth. We were having some major issues on actually getting these reports in, and they've been very effective. So it's not necessarily a representation of what this company is doing, by no means, and I just wanted to put that out there, that the city is questioning what they're presenting to us. It's just a matter of, we've gotten good stuff in the past, but what else is out there for staff to work with moving forward and be presented to council? But I just wanted to make sure the citizens realize that this is not a reflection that we're doing this on the firm itself, but really just, it's just one of those things where you got to see what's going on out there in the world. So.
Thank you. Mr. Molina?
No questions.
Mr. Burke? Mrs. Bowen?
Oh, thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Esparza, for that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I will entertain a motion.
No, there's no motion for that one.
Oh,
Yeah,
no,
there is.
it's discussed,
Oh, yeah,
consider, and
that's
act
right,
upon.
that's right. That's what's the motion
For
before.
a request for qualifications.
So I'll entertain a motion on agenda item 7.10.
May I make a motion authorizing issuance of a request for qualifications RFQ for independent professional audit services for fiscal year 2022 to 2023.
Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, council. 7.1, discuss, consider, and
On
act.
that one, I need to step out. Excuse
Oh,
me.
okay.
I'll step
I'm
out.
sorry.
That's okay.
I didn't, do I have, do,
I dropped one.
oh, okay.
Just let me know, I'll just get back.
So for this agenda item, we do have a disclosure statement of notice of conflict, possible conflict. So Mr. Molina will be stepping out. Let the record reflect that he did submit his statement. And we'll open agenda item 7.1. Discuss, consider, and act upon budget allocation and authorizing the expenditure of hotel occupancy tax hot funds from the hotel occupancy tax reserves for permissible uses for the Tejano Roots Hall of Fame Cinco de Mayo Fiesta according to the ordinance number 2058. Do we have a representative to speak on this agenda item?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi,
How you doing?
how are y'all?
Thank you.
Welcome. If you'll introduce yourself and state your address.
Everything right. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for having us. Very excited to be here again all the time. I want to wish, hopefully, that everybody had a happy Easter and with your family and friends. I know I did. I played a little golf with my friends, class of '85, and then spent some time with family. Just wanted to say a little bit about the first responders. They've been working their behinds all this time, and if you don't know, Tejano Roots has a first responder. We've been doing it for years. Some of y'all have attended. It's a private thing that we do. We get all our businesses here in Alice donate food, prizes. We have a ski shoe. We have music. We have everything for them, and it's more of a private thing that we like to do for them. And every time they always, are we going to have it, and we're going to have it. You should just see them enjoying them, because they have a rough life that they have to walk straight. They cannot be off a little bit because they'll lose their career. We can, but just seeing them with their family, kids, and the dangerous jobs that they have, we've been doing this for years, and it's something that I'm very proud of our organization to do that for them. So
Thank you so much.
again, Cinco de Mayo happening May 6 and 7, hopefully downtown Alice. I'm here to talk a little bit about the in-kind donation and hot funds, and we've had a great success.
Can you just introduce
Okay,
yourself
I'm
for
sorry.
the record and your address?
Yes, my name again is Ruben Lopez. I'm President and CEO of the Tejano Roots Hall of Fame Museum. I should have started with that. And again, I'm here to ask for help from the city. The city has been good to us for all the years that we've been doing the downtown event, something good for Alice, Texas. The surrounding area has been doing it. And it takes the city, the Tejano Roots, our sponsors, to bring this event free. I mean, we could move it somewhere else and charge, but it's not what we're all about. When you're up on stage and you're looking down and you see those people dancing, and some people might not have what we have. And on that time, they're just having a great time eating food. The vendors, the kids are there. So I'm asking for your help again to please help us with a list that we provided, and I want to apologize for not adding the trash barrels. We do need them. So we also gave you a little program there that kind of what we do for the last event that we had. It was very successful. And we want to continue doing this for Alice. And everything that we noted there, we would love for the city to be part of it and help us out. Working together, I know we can do this. Working with this hotels. Last time there was no hotels available. We're very proud to do that, and we have a lot of the bands that are coming with their spouses. They're staying over. We're also to promote the overnight stay. We have some cards that says Tejano Roots Cinco de Mayo downtown Alice with a little bag of candy. We'll put them in hotels where they grab them. So we'll be having also a poster if we do get approved with the city of Alice, and drop them there so as they come in and out, they'll see that. And there are some people that are staying here for their work, and they'll attend our Cinco de Mayo downtown celebration. Of course, advertisement through the internet, advertisement on the radio. Hopefully we'll be the first ones with the Domingo Live coming back up. But we've been in contact with Rudy. Every time I'll text him, hey, Cinco de Mayo coming up. And if you see the Domingo, you'll see that he also does what he can to help us and knows that this is a great event. And of course, what we do just helps us get to the next point, which is the 9/11. And this thing is in memory of Esmeralda Lopez, Oscar Oski Rosas Jr., and Virginia Rosas' dad. We're a big part of the board that puts this up. So I'll let my good friend Noe Lerma, one of my board of directors, say a couple more words, and of course Joe Lozano, and then I'll be back and finish the presentation. Thank you very much.
Mayor, City Council, thank you for having us this evening again. I'm Noe Lerma. I've been with Tejano Roots 12 years already, and it's been a long haul, but we're getting all those events done yearly. We've been absent from the Cinco de Mayo event for 2 years now, and we're ready to bring it back with the best music, best entertainment. We're going to have some good conjunto music, some good Tejano music, and some country music, all for the entertainment of all the families and everybody that wants to come and show up. Again, we're asking for your help, your support, because I mean everything with the kind of being so high now, everything, all the fees that the bands are giving us is more now, and without the help of the city council and the mayor and the city of Alice, it's impossible to bring you this event. And we have bands coming from the valley. We have bands from Laredo, from San Antonio, from Corpus, and they will be occupying all the hotels here. And once again, we need your help. We need your help. And I thank you from the bottom of our hearts that you always done this to help us out. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Joe Lozano, and I'm a board of director. And I had a 30-minute speech, but I forgot what I was going to say. I practiced all night for it, but I guess I got nervous before I got here. So I'm going to be very brief. Our mission is just to promote the city of Alice and our Tejano Roots Hall of Fame. We want to promote El Centro de la Ciudad de Alice, bringing our heritage of our music, our food, and all those good things that our ancestors and grandfathers, grandmothers did for us. Thank you so much, and I hope you help us, and I hope to see you there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Noe. Again, family, friends, backyard barbecue, kids barbecue. If you've been part of it, you'll see that that's a good thing. Regardless if we get approved or not, I want to say thank you, girls, ladies, because it's been a great, the information. Everybody, you need this, you need that, and when you do that, I know it's a positive thing, and I truly thank you for doing that. But again, we've gotten in-kind donations from the city in the past, and we want to continue that. But again, it's coming up, and we really need to get the ball to get everything, our sponsors, and make sure we have enough to pay everybody, because the bands that are coming here, they're not charging us what they're supposed to charge, because they want to come to Alice, they want to promote their music, they want to help the museum, they're good friends of mine, and if we had to really put the way it's supposed to, we couldn't afford it. I mean, it's just out there. So some of the budget that you have in there that you've seen, it ain't all the budget. We're missing a lot of stuff that we provide people that come and help us, like my family's coming all the way from Dallas, Austin, everywhere, and they're going to be spending the night, so we have to cater to them because to help us for this event. So hopefully you can see in your heart to help us and bring this event back. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Council. Mrs. Bowen?
So you've been doing this for 13 years, the Cinco de Mayo?
Yeah,
Around 13 years?
about 13 years. I've been doing it about 14. I've been here longer than the original gentleman that was here. And I'm very proud to still be here. I remember talking to my good friend, Mr. John Lemon, that I thought if I went in there and asked for $1 million, he'd be the first one to give it. But he gave me a little lesson about the organization, and he says, come back in about 2-3 years. Well, John, it's been 13, 14 years. So, that's just a fire, because I don't want this to fail. We're a small group, but we produce big things. This event, the award ceremony, I had a gentleman that called me, how come every time they're doing interviews through the radio, through Rudy's, I'm a Hall of Famer. It's something very proud. And then, of course, one of the biggest things I really enjoy is doing the 9/11. So help us continue doing that. Like I say, we have a lot of expenses, but the city is the first part, and then we do our second part, and we've never had any fights. We have people that are running the alcohol booth, and I look at everything out there and make sure that everybody's safe, and I want to continue doing this free for the public, for the city of Alice, and of course, to promote our Tejano Roots Museum. Thank you again.
Are you, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Are you requesting the stage?
Yes, ma'am. We're requesting the stage. We've always been given the stage. We have access to the Budweiser stage, but the city has always done that. The water, everything that I put in on the budget, and that's a big part right there, because without the stage, we have to go get a truck or something like that, and it's very important that we have it. And we've always had it. We've never had any problem not being granted to us in all the years that we've done it. So, and everything else.
I think that's all for now, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Burke?
You may have mentioned this, but any anticipation yet how many vendors have they inquired and they're starting to line up with you?
Right now, the vendors, they've been calling, they're waiting. As soon as I'm done, I told them I'm not going to do anything until we get approved. But if you look at it, we have probably about 15 vendors, and we want them to make money. We want to make sure that they're back with us. We have the repeated vendors all the time, and it's something that's it's just amazing that they want to be with us because they know what kind of entertainment we bring to Alice. And the cookers are ready. You know, we're going to be working with the kids and the families to work on the kids' pork chop contest and things like that. So we do have a lot of, and it's going to be good for the economy because we have a lot of people coming, hotel overnight, gas, food, you know, everybody that's going to be cooking here. So it's going to, they will see an increase.
Thank you. Mr. Chris?
All right, I'm gonna hit this up pretty good. I apologize in advance. I'm not gonna be mean or anything.
No problem.
I do have some information that I would like to ask here. So our in-kind on top of the hot funds, the stage, we have a professional stage, and we have talked about in the past about when we actually bought this thing that it wasn't going to be necessarily donated to anybody. It's going to be part of a rental process. What I would like to do is I would like to make sure that we keep that in mind moving this forward and let Mike figure out what we were going to be. When we talked about buying this stage, it was going to be, you know, we're reducing our time, we're reducing the efforts of our employees and staff, but it also has a value in itself. And we had talked about 800 to 1,000 depending on location, renting it out and so forth. Now, that has never been set in stone. All right, but that was conceptually what was put in place. So we need to keep that in mind when we move forward on this project. And Mike, you need to know, figure out how you want to handle that. You know, we have access to water benches, light plants, fencing, street closures, which the new stage actually reduces street closures dramatically because it's up and down within hours. Now, the one thing I will say that I completely get behind this event. I love this event for our city. But when we come here today, we're talking about hotel occupancy tax. You have here 40-something things. You said you're going to keep in touch with the hotels, but how exactly are you going to track those stays and be able to report those back to us? Because the money isn't going to be given out until the end, and it's not just a matter of saying, hey, did you have people stay there? We need to know how it was done. Now, we do provide y'all with some push cards that you can leave at the hotels. They fill them out, you go pick them up. But that's all on you to prove to staff and council that those hotels were actually stayed at. Because as much as we love this event for our city, this money isn't for that, right? We need to remember that at all times, that this money is for the hotel industry. And we need to make sure that we put it on you to go back and make sure that we keep that in mind.
And I understand that, but unless I'm there 24/7, I mean, you got employees that are kids there working and some adults. And the last one, I had a hard time. Believe me, I want to prove to y'all, and we've done it.
Right.
But you're telling me that if I don't bring you those cards, that now we're going to have to pay back this and that. We do every single thing that we can to do that. We're like the candy with the cards, going in there, putting poster boards. We've done everything. I went last year. I went how many hotels did you have? We knew how much our organization had. But if they don't do their job, so you're putting it on me. But if they don't do their job, then we're gonna not benefit from it because of somebody's laziness. See, there's 3 hotels that we use, and I went. Believe me, I was here. You said we have to do this. I've done it. I've gone over there. Well, I don't know. Maybe so. You know. So, you know. That right there is you have to trust us. We're not criminals. We're following all the rules that you've put in there on the program. But for us to have it completely, and we are not there. We have no employees there. We have it's hard. You know. All I can tell you is I'm an honest person. I'm going to go over there. I check with them consistent. Hey, how are we at? I know what we pay. We pay with our credit cards. The people, and we have a lot of people coming in. And some of these bands, we're putting them in hotels, and we're going to promote it. You know, that's as much as I can tell you.
Right. And I'm not. Yeah. I would never say that you're criminals or anything like that. But what I am saying is that we put a process in place, and that's what it comes down to, right? And I'm not trying to say anything outside of you that you're not making an effort, you're not doing that. But you know, we need to continue to work together to tailor that process so that it can be best served. You know, I had mentioned that maybe at the because we know you fill the hotels for January's event. I mean, it's a given. It's a given. But the process then would have been, maybe that and a sign-in sheet. I mean, it's a little bit of a pain in
It is. We did it at the
Friday night event?
Friday night event, and of course Saturday we tried to, but it's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I mean, if I knew it just by calling over there and knowing, hey, hotels, even the one on the 281, Ruben, we have no. I mean, sure. And then the only other one that was new at that time, I believe, was the one on North 281. But I'm there every time. I'm going there. I talk to the manager. How are we doing this? The people that we contract, we're putting them on hotels. For part of the contract, and then everybody that are supporters of the town. This thing is just not an Alice thing. We have people that come and support us from all over the place because.
Well, that's what.
And that's what we get. Oh yeah, I would never. Not follow anything of the rules or anything, and believe me, I want to make sure that the hotels are, and I do anything to do that. But again, for us to be 100%, and I understand, and we will, but we don't have anybody there except we can talk to them and be in communication. And okay, guys, it's very important. Give me this thing because that's the only way I can come over here and give you that.
And the big difference is this, and the reason we're doing that is because you're asking for thousands of dollars, right? From a fund that goes back to them, and we just need to be able to track that.
Definitely, yes, sir.
You know what I mean? And it's nothing against you, and it's nothing against anybody, but we put a process in place for years and years to come, and if we don't set a precedence early,
I totally agree.
For it to follow through and for us to go through and actually have the people receiving that money do their part, then why put a precedent in place? Right, so we have to have an understanding, and it's nothing against you, and it's nothing against the past process.
Checks and balances.
It's checks and balances and moving everything forward. Because if we want to start giving out more and more and more money, it's not just to you; it's other people. You're the example for the year. We told everybody it was a first come first serve basis. Nobody else showed up so far. It's you again. We're happy to do things like this, but we want to make sure that everybody else that out there that starts showing up to try to apply for next year's monies knows that there's a precedent and we're following it, and we're not going to doubt your efforts. We're not going to doubt everything else. We just got to be on the same page when it comes to the completion of the application and the after process in order to receive the money. Again, I think this is a great event for our citizens. We just have to prove that it's a great event to get people into town. We love our vendors, we love our citizens, we love our bands, we love our conjunto music, we love it all. We just got to make sure that it's not just
giving out. And yes, definitely. Totally agree with that, sir.
And then the other thing is when we finalize this thing, we just need to make sure, and even moving forward, we need to start working on what that budget actually is, not just a list of expenditures, but a full budget, and that includes any monies that you have coming in from your cook-offs or anything like that. That's what makes up a full budget. That's what y'all are working with anyway. That's just something that needs to be presented because we requested in the document. Talk about the stage, and then like I said, this event isn't, and this is the reason I'm kind of pushing a little bit harder on this one, is this event isn't the January event. Your January event is a room filler, 100%, and that's probably 90% coming from out of town. So we just need to make sure that we go back through the whole process and prove that we're bringing people in, because the sad thing is that every city has a Cinco de Mayo festival, and we have a great one. We have a great one because of y'all. So let's just make sure that we follow through and get everything done properly, so that y'all can be the example, a shining example for every other nonprofit that wants to come through and grab some of these monies also coming next year, and we can show, hey, this is how it's supposed to be done because Tejano Roots made it happen.
Yes, sir.
So that's all I ask of you guys. So that's it. Thank you. That's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. One thing that I wanted to mention, since Mr. Crisp has mentioned about verifiable nights and stuff, do we give a clear report or some kind of checklist so that anyone applying for these things are aware of what our expectations are?
It's in the guide. There's a whole guideline sheet.
On the application, when you receive one, it has a lot of
On
stuff.
the final report?
What part of your percentage your organization is going to be, to the numbers, to everything, and
Just wanna
it's
make
on all
sure.
detail. Yes.
Okay, all right, good.
And then in the guidelines, there's actually the form that they can hand out to the hotels. I think the little sign, like you said, the poster up front makes a big difference of, hey, if you're here, help us by filling this out, yada yada yada. So there's
Yeah.
There's a couple of pages worth of
Okay.
documentation in order to
I just
even
want to
begin
make
the
sure.
process. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So council, I'll entertain a motion on this agenda item.
Mayor, I make a motion to make a budget allocation authorizing the expenditures of hotel occupancy tax for the hotel occupancy tax reserves for permissible uses for the Tejano Roots Hall of Fame Cinco de Mayo Festival in the amount of $5,000 with the 50% upfront and the 50% in the rears once the forms are completed for the 2022 fiscal year.
Second.
Okay. We have a first and a second. Was just looking, because on the thing was not how it was they were
7.1.
per event or just?
It's
it
per
was
event.
5,000 per event.
event, yes.
So do we have to clarify that?
Well, they're
Is
getting-
that 10,000?
It's on the application.
Okay,
No, it's lower down if you keep going in the application.
okay, I
and the-
just
and the
wanted to make
guidelines.
sure, because it's a per event, okay. All right, so we have a first and a second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, all opposed, same sign. Okay. The motion passes, thank
Thank
you
you
so
very
much.
much. Ladies and gentlemen, City Council, Mayor, please, if you're in town, come open the festival. You know, probably about 8 o'clock will be a good time. You know, I know you all work, everybody works. Come by, say hi to the public, everybody, and tell them what a great event it is. And we'll be there both days. And if you'd like to be a judge in one of those barbecue contests, contact us. And you'll be surprised that
I've done it
I'm a
before.
cook, and you'll find out there's always somebody, cooks on that. But again, thank you for supporting us. And Sandra, it was nice seeing you at Ordonez
Yes.
Muffler,
Wonderful
another business that
grand
came into
opening.
Alice.
Yes.
And we need a lot more of those, and they're great people.
Yes, they
And we had a
are.
great time. So again, from the organization, myself, thank you, thank you, thank you.
And
God
real
bless,
quick,
thank
can
you.
you
Yes, sir.
restate the date of the event? And then that way
May
there's-
6th and 7th, Friday night starts at 6 o'clock and finish at 12 o'clock. And then on Saturday, it'll start about 9 o'clock with a barbecue contest, and then a children's contest also. And then we'll have the award ceremony. Music starts at 5 o'clock and we'll finish somewhere about 11:30.
All right.
Thank you very much again.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Molina. Okay. Agenda item 7.2, discuss, consider, and act upon an authorization to submit requests for qualifications for a comprehensive city master plan update. Okay, Ms. Marson?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. What we've been working on is a master plan that was updated in 2006, originally put together in 2001. There's a lot of things in there that have been done, a lot of things we're working on. And I refer to it, quite a bit on some of the things we work on as far as infrastructure, water and wastewater and drainage. But I think it's with things like happen in downtown, there's a lot of things that downtown is pretty active. We need to update our comprehensive master plan, which would hopefully include the downtown plan that we have, and also include a parks plan that we have. And we're working on a drainage study that can be included in this, but I think the time is ripe right now to be able to update what get a direction also from you guys, from the stakeholders in the community on where we want to go, what we want to be, what we want to do. And also for grant opportunities that are out there. We really need something that's more than 16 years old to be able to assist us with grants. So I know I've had Jose Pineda, our new employee, has been working on this project since he got here. This is his second week. But if he'd like to come up, there's some funding opportunities that he's working on. A full comprehensive master plan. It's pretty expensive. The quotes are going to be up to $150,000 to $200,000. We have a plan that has some pretty good things on there that continue that need to be worked on continually, but I think with the basis that we have, we may not need a full brand-new plan, we may just need an update. And that's what we did at the airport as well. You know, we had an airport layout plan that was outdated. FAA requires those things to be updated. To have those plans, instead of getting a new one done, we did a layout update, and I'm looking to get that done here. But there's some funding opportunities, and you want to talk about some of the things that you found?
Yes, sir. So reached out to Texas A&M University. Jose Pereira, City of Alice. And so they have a program that's called the Texas Target Communities. They're at Texas A&M College Station, and they partner with cities to do some of these studies. I reached out to them today, as a matter of fact, and I'm waiting on a call back from the director to see how they can help us. And they usually do it at a much lower cost than the $200,000 or $300,000 that a normal study would cost if we went out to a normal firm that does these for cities and counties. So we started reaching out to, like I said, some of those firms, and I'll continue to do that and work with the administration to see if we can't get a lower cost than what we've heard they cost.
Yeah, and one of the other things is, in conjunction with that, if we can partner up with somebody like that and still do the process of the RFQ where we hire a firm, a lot of the legwork and a lot of the research can be done outside of the firm and given to a university like A&M does. And so we just want to be able to explore that. We're not committing anything right now, any kind of funds right now. What I want to do is get this process going so we can get to a better place. We've stabilized. You know, we would have done this in the peak of the Eagleford. It would not be valid right now, because we're at a place where the Eagleford came and left. We had the downfall in the economy. We had the sales tax that just dropped. But the past 2 years, it's been stable a little bit other than COVID. But we're at the point where, we know where we probably are going to be, and this is the best time to get this done. Get a firm to come out here, get an organization to help us, and update what we have. Let me give you some ideas go through some of these things that on our master plan that it talks about. And this is 2000, but some of the things are things that need to get done and were getting done. It talks about foreclosure on properties that are unsafe, or raising those properties. We've been working on that, so we've got that agreement with Linebarger to try to get these properties that are dilapidated, back on the tax rolls. Let's take them back and resell them and get them, back on the tax rolls. And not only for that, but just to make the city a safer place. This thing talks about having a secondary source of water. It talks about our water needs. We've been working on secondary source of water. It talks about the airport. We updated our airport layout plan. One thing that I noticed that was interesting, we began working on streets again this year, and it goes through the collector streets, our arterial streets, and a lot of these, were worked on in 2004, 2010, 2013, and now we're working on some last year and this year. And so instead of, we need the help to get these things done and know which way we need to go on some of these roads, some of the streets. We also, it talks about the 2-inch water lines. We've been replacing those for the last 10 years. And so that's on here. But one thing it doesn't talk about that was done after the study was, we have a backup line right now from our water distribution line that runs on Texas Boulevard. Texas Boulevard was one of the bigger streets that was done on here, based off this plan. And so we have a brand new line that runs down there, but we also have a secondary line that runs, we had a break in that line of 2 years ago, and it runs through the ballparks. That's something that may need to get looked at. This master plan didn't talk about that, but it's something that needs to get looked at as well. It talks a little bit about our water elevated storage, or water towers. Those need to get looked at as well. And we're talking to the water authority. We're getting a bid right now on that as far as repairs and those kind of things. So I think it's time that we focus on this, and we need to have a blueprint, a game plan on how we need to move forward. There's a lot of different things going on. We have a nice park at Anderson Park. We need to make it better. There's some parks that need some work. What do we do with those? Do we make some park with just basketball courts, working on a grant right now that we'll probably bring forward in the next month. That's a grant opportunity that'll bring kind of an outdoor gym to a park. Where do we put that? You know, we need to have this in place to be able to make better decisions. And so I'd really like to get y'all's approval to go out for an RFQ. We're just going to get firms back and, you know, have them make presentations, but committing any kind of money will be done after that if you guys want to move forward. But I really think this is the time to get this done.
If I can add one more thing back to the grant. I've talked to a couple of grant writers that I know and that I've worked with in the past, and one of the things they did mention to me and Mr. Esparza is if we update this, when we go out for federal grants, we will score higher. Because they're going to look at, hey, what does the city have that tells us, hey, we got to plan this, what we want to do, this is why we need, you know, $2, $3, $4, $5 million. And if they look at our plan right now, they're going to say, well, this thing's 16 years old. But if we have something new, they'll say, okay, you know what, the city's on a great path, you know, let's go ahead and invest our money on the city.
Mayor, you and I have talked about that specifically on the grants and you know, how all these things are. And so I think there's some good opportunities for us to not spend so much money, but get a document that'll put everything together. You know, we are getting a master drainage study done, which will be a part of a comprehensive master plan. So that's costs that we're not going to have in here. So we can put that in there. We have a new airport layout plan. That's already going to be in here. We have a downtown master plan that needs to get looked at and get updated. So there's a basis for all this already. Just need to put them together in a brand new document that's more current and to allow us to have a better path forward.
Looking forward to seeing a lot coming in the next few months. So this is awesome. Thank you so much for bringing this forward. And I know something all of us have been looking forward to having this updated and having this plan in place. Thank you so much. And Mr. Crisp, do you have any questions?
Yeah, so I like where this is going. I understand that we have a potential for huge savings. You know, in the past we've had a lot of conversations independently about the idea of a strategic plan, and there's a huge difference between the two because in order to pull off a master plan, you really have to have a strategic plan. But this, conceptually, what you're throwing together here with all of what you already have done, you have the basis of what a strategic plan would be in order to put together your master plan with the idea that there be town hall meeting or a workshop or this, that, and the other to get input from not only council but from the community as a whole, because that strategic plan is just your cliff notes for what your master plan is going to actually do. So what we want done and what we're going to do, right? Or what we can do and how we can get it done, and that's what you have in front of you, and that's what you've done with the airport already. That's what you've done with to an extent with downtown that you need to have reviewed, like you said, and some of this other stuff. And I can appreciate the place that you've got us to, because yeah, we've been doing some of this stuff for years and years, but gathering the information in order to make it a financially feasible goal in order to make this master plan is what you've done for us, and I appreciate that. And the idea that we go out and if we spend, you know, you said 150 for a new one, we're not going to be spending that much because most of the work, not most of the work, but some of the work is already done for us, can be easily turned around, overridden, and considered a write-off when we can get a grant because we score higher. So the idea that yes, we're going to invest this money now is truly that, just an investment in potentially getting off some of these grants. It'll pay for itself when everything's said and done. So I appreciate the work that you've done to get this together, and I know that Councilman Bowen has really pushed on some of this stuff before, and our mayor has really pushed for the idea of a strategic plan in order to make this a reality. But I think that we're beyond that point now where we can really move forward on the master plan itself and make it all a reality. So thank you all for continuing to move on this.
Mr. Molina.
Yeah, I'm kind of confused. You said there's a downtown master plan?
We have a downtown master plan that you don't have even there's not a date on it. It's pretty insane. It talks about parking, it talks about lighting, and it was done by Richter Architects. And so, you know, that's something that would be looked at as well, and you know, it needs to be part of this comprehensive master plan.
So, but do we have an existing comprehensive master plan now?
We have one, yes.
From 2006.
Yeah.
From 06?
Yeah.
And now you said that was an update from 2000, right?
It was an update from 2000.
It was 1970 and then 2006.
Yeah.
Okay, but why wasn't that downtown master plan part of that one? Do we know?
Yeah, I don't.
Why anybody would come up with two master plans?
Well, I mean, the comprehensive master plan is going to include. I mean, it includes.
Some of it.
Oh, no,
Yeah.
were you saying comprehensive? Well, I mean, why are there two, right? So.
Yeah.
For the airport too.
Well, I mean, it'll be part of this master plan. It needs to be looked at in there. I don't know. I mean, I don't remember being on that side when this was done, but we have a downtown master plan.
Right.
And so it also it needs to be looked at and included in our comprehensive master plan.
And I know you mentioned something about putting, I guess, having something in place where you have like these properties that have been foreclosed on and that are kind of just dilapidated, falling apart, and trying to get those back. I mean, we're already doing that, but we're trying to. But wasn't that already on the original plan?
Yeah, it's already on here, and we're doing that.
Okay, but
Yeah.
so
And part of that, part of that is gonna be updating, what do we have? How many properties do we have? And, and we've talked about that from a staff level. That's information we need to put on in here to be able to have something together to act on. This is not gonna be done completely by somebody outside. We're gonna have things that are from our staff that we need to put in this big binder that's gonna tell us, how do we move forward on some of these things like those properties? If we don't do this, we're still gonna act on the properties, but it's just part of this document that we're gonna use to operate with.
okay, I just don't know if we're gonna be spending all this money to reinvent the wheel. I know that we're talking about making us look better for grant consideration, but have we ever lost grants for not having this updated? Because it's been what,
And
how long has it been? It's been what, 16 years?
16 years, right. Have we lost a grant? We've applied for several grants. We got the $6.9 million drainage grant, and but could we have gotten that on another grant based off of an updated master plan? Maybe. We're working on a drainage one. We got a grant for a drainage study. That's the drainage grants. Those things are required to be updated. Or else, you're just not going to score higher.
And as far as what's the probability of getting a grant to kind of help fund this?
So that's another possibility. I talked to another grant writer that I've worked with in the past today, and there are planning grants available. So we can also look at that and discuss that, and the city manager and I discussed it as well today.
And I know this is just thank you, Mr. Perez. I know this is just in the beginning stages, and I know we're just going to be looking or whatever, but when it comes to just, when you start throwing out numbers, those are big numbers. At first I thought you said expansive, but you were saying expensive. Expensive. I hear it. I was like, wait a minute, I know it's expansive, but okay. Whatever's gonna help your job, allow your job to be carried out and be done easier, give you the tools, this is what it takes. Obviously, it's an outdated document, just like our charter, just like other things that we've been kind of tackling that a lot of people just kick down the road over the years. And
I think we have a good foundation here with this document. Just needs to be updated, and it needs input also from the community as well. And that's what I think when somebody comes in and says, hey, we're updating the comprehensive master plan, they're gonna have meetings with stakeholders, they're gonna meet with the public, and they're gonna have town hall meetings and get these things done and see, let's look at downtown, for example. Part of this is there's talks about downtown one ways, there's talks about parking, different parking areas, doing angle parking and things like that, and who's really going to make that decision? We need to have a lot of input before those things are made. And when you have a plan, you have somebody that's going to help you make those decisions, somebody that does these things across the state and across the country. Then we have a better idea on how to move forward. And it's simple as we can all make decisions on where something should go. We're trying to get work on a gym, an outdoor gym. Where are we going to put it? Well, we'll have 10 different opinions on where it should go. And so when we get some professionals that help us with this, that puts a better perspective on it and gives us a path forward. That's why, I think it's time, I've been wanting to do this for a while, but once we need to also have people in place and like Jose to be able to work on these things, because every day we're dealing with different things and things like this get put on the back burner. And now, we're gonna bring these things forward to try, we're at a place where I think, we've stabilized. We're working on the things that we need to work on. We're trying to get stabilized, when I came in, it's like things are falling apart, and we're trying to get them in order. And this is part of it too. We can't forget about how to move forward once we get to this point. Doing this, I was telling the council, I had concerns about an update in 2006. I was here when we voted for that. And yeah, sometimes it's hard to spend that money, and I'm as tight as can be on some of these things. But when we look at it, we're like, yeah, we need to have something that'll help us move forward.
Do you remember how much the last one cost?
I don't.
Offhand? No.
I don't. And it was an update with Carter Burgess.
And we're mainly looking at like infrastructure and sewer, streets, parks, and downtown.
Yeah. Drainage,
I'm sorry.
parks, downtown, capital improvements on each one. To be able to pull a capital improvement plan from each project, and the airport's part of this also, but we have that already, so it's going to be part that somebody's not even going to have to mess with. The drainage, we got a grant for the drainage, and that's going to be included in here as well. And so when that's done, it'll be included on a comprehensive master plan. But we need to be able to have a document that'll kind of guide us as well. And in a way, I mean, I'm looking at this, and it's kind of been hard to find some of the things that we need here. And I mean, with IT and with our city clerk and deputy city clerk, we're getting organized to be able to keep track of a lot of the documents that we have, and sometimes it's difficult to find them. I mean, this thing is from 2006, but we're looking at a 2000 on a lot of these pages, and so where's the original one that we had?
Right.
We don't know. We have these copies, and that's what I've been. I mean, I keep notes on this document.
I appreciate the justification. Thank you, Mr. Pereira. Thank you.
Mr. Burke?
Just being a little facetious, but does it also give you a plan on possible new revenue streams?
Well, I guess.
Just
yeah, I mean, really, if we do these things, I guess we're looking at something that's maybe a little bit different than that. But if you look at the property improvements, and on that part, I mean, that's a built-in revenue stream, because we'll have houses built on empty lots that happen. And if we have a thriving downtown, and if we have businesses that are increasing and businesses that are opening up, that's additional revenue stream. But as far as specific on how do we get that, really wouldn't be part of that. I think more than anything, this is part of making us more resilient as a community.
The master plan did have a little bit in there about sustainability too, so
Yeah.
it is factored in there for sustainability.
And part of it is like focusing on areas. So there's a part here that talks about some corner lots for retail and things like that. So if you look at what happened in I think 2005, we had Walgreens, a street closed because Walgreens came in. Walgreens came in, and that created, it helped create the Advanced Auto Parts right there also. So, two new businesses from that old dilapidated building that was there before. And I think a computer shop opened up. So those are the things that help build a resilient community, and we need to make it, we need to be sustainable. Where the oil field is it's still here, but it wasn't what it used to be for us. And as a community, we need to survive.
Anything else, Mr. No. Mrs. Bowen?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So what is the time frame we're looking at for a completed study once we go up for RFQs? I mean, because you're still waiting on other parts, to include in this. When do you expect, for all this to be done, more or less?
I think, I don't have that. I think we'll have an answer once we get do some more work with building an RFQ and contacting some more folks and get an idea on how long it's going to take. Because, this is not going to be from the ground up, because we have a foundation already here.
Okay.
But I think I'll have a better answer once we once we start forming the RFQ documents and things like that. And I can get back to you on that.
Okay, and the other thing, well, this is a guideline for us to go by.
Mhm.
I know we talked in the past about something like this, because on projects and different things that I come up to you and we discuss things, and you said, you know, it's something that's in our master plan or whatever, we need to update it. You know, I understand that. But everything in this plan is not set in stone, correct? I mean, it's just a guideline.
Mhm.
Okay.
We got to figure out how to put it in place.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, like, for instance, our parks, you know, we've had that discussion and stuff. Just because we're waiting on this doesn't mean that we can't proceed with the other things that we want to do.
No, so,
You know, life isn't gonna stop.
you're
We're
right.
still gonna do,
we're gonna have a meeting with our streets crews to figure out, we talked to our street, Joe Sines, and, where are we going to next? We're gonna do Escobar Street with the asphalt zipper, and where do we go to next? And so we're gonna work on that next week. Those things are gonna happen.
Right.
As moving forward, we're not gonna wait until this is done. Some of these are gonna get done. The outdoor gym, we'll have a presentation probably next meeting on that grant opportunity that we have. You guys are gonna have to decide where that's gonna go. Ideally, it'd be nice because it'd be in a master plan, but that's gonna be down the road. So that's gonna come forward. So yeah, we're gonna have to make some decisions on what we need to do and where we need to place some things as far as parks and street work and things like that. So yeah.
I just wanna make sure, just so our citizens know, this isn't, just because we're doing this, we're gonna all stop business, we're
Yeah.
still gonna move forward with plans and stuff.
Right.
Going forward, so, times change and, life change, people change. We do need to update this. I think it's a great idea. I'm glad you brought it forward. I appreciate it. Appreciate your time in all of this as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Esparza, on this, how do we integrate strategic plans per departments as a city and capital improvement plans? Because this is geared towards land use and how we're going to plan out the different sections of our city to make it a thriving city and a growing city, and how we approach those. But I was just also, how would you approach it to bring like strategic plans in place with capital
Right.
improvements?
Well, the capital improvements are really going to be, will be in here as well, because they're going to be, this is going to help us determine when we need to have capital improvements based on the departments. The strategic plan, how we're going to enact all these and how to get them
Integrate it.
done, is so what, and I don't know if this is how some of the other organizations are doing it, but what we're going to do is, once we get started on this, and each department is going to, it's like, when we go through and let them, they'll do a study of our streets. We have something here ready where we can go on. But as we're putting that in there, we're going to have to determine how we're going to get that done. So the funding opportunities also. So we'll have a strategic plan in conjunction with this together.
That's what I'm saying, kinda try to-
Yeah, because if you're working on it fresh, it's the best time to say, well, how are we going to make all this happen? How are we going to put it into place?
Okay. Well, thank you. Okay, council. If there's no other questions on 7.2, agenda item 7.2, then I'll entertain a motion at this time.
Mayor, I make a motion to authorize city manager to submit a request for qualifications for a comprehensive city master plan update.
Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Okay, thank you, council, for that. 7.3, discuss, consider, and act upon 1, establishment, dissolution, division, and/or reorganization of Alice boards, commissions, and committees. And 2, appointments, reappointments, removal, and/or term clarifications of appointments, vacancies, and/or memberships of the City of Alice boards, commissions, and committees. 3, approval of committee application for assign individual and/or adopt a process or outreach program to invite members of the public to apply to approved committees. Okay, Mr. Esparza?
Yeah, I think y'all have some applications. Did we give y'all some applications?
Yes.
Yes. Mhm.
Here they are. There were two additional that weren't in the packet that we included for you guys. If y'all wanted to act on any of these. We also kind of leave this a little bit open for you guys to be able to work on any of the committees if y'all so please.
Mr. Chris?
I want to be the first to admit that I was incorrect in my understanding of the Keep Alice Beautiful appointments. It is from council, not the mayor. So we do have in front of us 5 applications for people that want to be on that board. Our last appointments were in August of 2018. They were all 1, 2, and 3 year terms, so every one of them has expired. We have nobody else. Who's is Yolanda over there?
I believe our liaison is Miss Yolanda Bueno. Mr. Esparza?
Yeah, he's still outside.
It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. It's just a matter of I'm trying to remember how many we. Yeah, I have her here. She's right here. Let's find that. I included these. What makes a quorum, but as far as this one is concerned, I think that we had everybody. Was it everybody on the list?
I want to say there was supposed to be 8 for the beautification.
Was it? I can't.
I don't have my phone.
I know it's a total of 9 members with 2 alternates.
Right, okay.
We want to make all these boards active, but like right now we have 3 applications for the library boards, but do we have an active board? Because 3, I don't think we'll even get close to making a quorum.
Well, I want to ask, okay, so, but we can approve the application and then try to reach out. So all we do is approve this and then continue, okay?
Well, once they get approved, their term starts.
Yeah, that's my
Is that
thing. That's what I was
correct?
about to say too, is if they're a 1, 2, or 3 year term and we approve them now and they don't meet for a year, they're off the board. We have to get reappointed.
Yeah, that's
They
the,
can reapply, but,
yeah. I know, it's just a matter of having an active board, you know.
Mr. Esparza?
Yes, ma'am.
And I just wanted to ask, on this right here, okay, so when the applicants come in, I wanted to know who's the liaison and who's reaching out just to say, oh, you submitted this application,
Reach out to them.
yes. What's the follow-up,
So Patrick has Anthony doing that for planning and zoning, building and standards. I don't know if Yolanda's doing the same, but I would think that she would be doing the same with God's Beautiful and the library board now that there's one. But
Well, when an application comes in,
they just go to the council
Yeah,
so
we
that they
don't-
can be nominated to a committee.
if they're nominated, then reach out to them.
okay, so once we've approved, council
Oh, yeah.
has approved, then you have someone that reaches out
Oh, yeah.
and says,
And lets them
okay,
know they're on the board.
you're on this committee, and then once they have the amount to have a committee,
Mm-hmm.
who's the liaison, or how do you have that established?
Yeah.
So that they can meet and choose their chair and so on and so forth?
Yeah, so that would be, for this would be Yolanda and the library board as well. Adjustments and advisory and building and standards would be Patrick.
Patrick, okay.
Planning and zoning would be Patrick. And public recreation would be Yolanda. So they would be reaching out to them.
Mainly those two, okay. Okay.
So it doesn't, we were looking at the ordinance real quick and trying to see if it said anything about a quorum, but I didn't see anything. Did you see anything over? Quick review.
I would need to look at it.
Yeah, we scanned it real fast, but we didn't see anything there. I mean, what is the, I guess you're right, what is the harm in appointing them and having them start trying to find people to go out, to join? I don't have a problem with it. I know most of the people on this list. I think it's a great list of people that want to get involved. I just always have a problem putting something together that isn't
I
formed.
think maybe just have our liaison also, and then asking them if they can reach out and start getting these committees active.
Yeah, right here it does say.
Oh, it does.
A majority of the members shall constitute a quorum in the regular special meeting.
Okay, so yeah, just as a majority of the members. So if there's only 5 members, they have to have 3 to have a meeting. So
And they have the alternates. So
Easy.
that's how
easily written. Okay. Mayor, if you would, I'd make a motion for the first one. If anybody else has any questions about Keep Alice Beautiful, and then we can move on.
Okay, so, Mr. Molina, do you have any comments, questions?
No, I mean, just as long as we have like some type of protocol once they're appointed that, okay, this is.
To reach out to them.
Right, somebody's
Yeah.
gotta pick up that phone and.
Yeah, no, we're gonna call
Round them up and, okay, sit down and then they can start
Having a
putting
meeting.
their heads together, figure out. Might be contagious, right? So people go out there.
Mr. Burke? Mrs. Bowen?
I'm excited about this. From day one, this has been something that I've been pushing forward, all of us pretty much, to get the community involved in city business here and these kind of boards and commissions. So looking forward to getting them filled, and just another reminder to our citizens, if you're interested, the application is online, or you can pick up an application with these lovely ladies over here. Or any of us, really. We're always willing to help. So I'd like to move forward as well with all this. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I make a motion to accept the 5 applicants as submitted in our packet and presented today for the library board.
Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Were they all for the library board? or-
No, not all of them, but I'm saying
Okay.
specifically for the library board.
Okay.
That applied for the library board.
Okay, so we have a first and a second. All in favor say aye.
I'm sorry. I need to
Okay.
stop. I need to stop before we vote. I said library board. I meant Keep Alice Beautiful, so let me
Okay.
retract my motion
I
and
was
and
just
restate.
gonna say-
Sorry.
Wait a
I was reading an applicant for the library
I was
board
like,
as I said that. I
there's
apologize.
5?
I apologize. I just realized it right as you restated it. Mayor, I make a motion to accept the 5 applicants as submitted today for the Keep Alice Beautiful committee.
Okay, second.
Okay, so we have a first and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carries.
And right now, we just have one for the library, right?
2.
Two. Actually, no, we have 3. We have 3.
Who's the third one? I have.
We have Priscilla,
I have that one.
we have Sadie,
Oh, Sadie, I forgot. Okay.
and then we have Miss Wigley. Now, the one thing that we have to say is we do have a kind of a thing where we're, for a bunch of these Alice committees and commissions, we want it to be citizens, but we have to remember that the library was a City of Alice and Jim Wells County library, so the actual ordinance or the write-up states as a citizen of the county. So we had one that is outside the city limits, but it does state as a citizen of the county, it is this Jim Wells County and City of Alice.
Okay.
So that one would be, well, that's technically, we won't get into that. That's all your eyebrows. But we have 3 as of right now, but it says that we have to appoint 6 at the beginning in that thing. In year of, well, it says in the year of adoption, the council shall appoint 6, but it's already been adopted, so that doesn't actually apply, right?
Well, in the year of adoption, you adopted it when? we adopted it this 2023.
We're talking about Dallas people still?
No, I'm talking about library. We're switching over to library.
Okay, that was just this year.
Yeah, and so you still have time.
Okay.
Within the year of adoption of the ordinance, you can appoint 6 people, so just understand you still got, we're gonna argue calendar year, you still have till the end of calendar year.
Okay.
So you can go ahead and appoint a perspective.
Okay.
Does that one say anything about for the library? Six members shall constitute a quorum.
You just
Says it
wanna
on the
appoint-
library
you
one,
can-
right?
As you all have already discussed, you can appoint people anticipating that you're going to have a quorum.
Okay, well, we need to make sure that they realize that they have to get active to get us extra members, and we've been active out there trying to find members too, so we'll get people involved, so. Anybody else?
So do we have to do anything with the library?
We can appoint them if the council feels so fit.
Are you okay with that? Y'all, council?
We're good.
Okay.
Mayor, I make a motion to appoint the 3 applicants as presented today for the library board. Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Okay, all opposed, same sign. Motion carries. And thank you. So that covers all those applicants that were here. Okay. Thank you, council. And anyone wishing to apply for these committees, please call the city, go to our website. We have the applications there. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so moving on to agenda item 7.4. Okay. 7.4, discuss, consider, and act upon adopting a resolution authorizing City of Alice to enter into a public property finance contract issued under Local Government Code Section 271.005 for the purchase of police vehicles and authorizing city manager to sign all documents related to the purchase of police vehicles. Okay, Mr. Esparza?
Yeah, Chief Garcia is gonna present this.
Okay.
So, let me get my...
Chief?
You need my book? Oh.
No.
His glasses.
My glasses. It's okay. So, we had the privilege of meeting with White Ranches Foundation, and they were gracious enough once again to donate, $130,000 to the police department, and that was to purchase 2 police units. Out of the 130, 90,000 was going to go to 2 police cars, so it's 45,700 per vehicle, and that's striped. That comes with most everything, not everything. We still have to get a radio, a camera system, and a laptop. But we're moving on to a different program or different reporting system, so we don't have to buy the expensive laptops anymore, so we can go with an iPad for our unit, so that's something that's going to save us money. So what we did, I looked at the pricing, which was $45,700 per unit, and the Wyatts gave us the money for 2 vehicles. I met with Mr. Esparza and Gabriel, our finance, and I sat with him and I asked him if the possibility of us purchasing 4 units, and a 5th one would be an F-150 for our animal control, because we have an older truck. What we would do is I contacted the county, and the county does their financing through government capital. So I reached out to government capital, and they in turn gave me the totals of what it would cost us to finance those 5 vehicles for 5 years. Based on what he's sending me, I think it was $208,000. I believe I handed it to you.
It was $208,000 at 3.41% interest rate. At a yearly, we would have to pay it would come out to like $46,200 per year. With those, we would have the monies to cover it for 2 years through the Wyatt Ranches Foundation that they've given us. So for the next 2 years, we'd be okay. After the third year, then there's the possibility that the city would have to pay the next 3 years. Now, that's worst case scenario. Best case scenario is that I have enough in my forfeiture fund and I just pay it off. But again, that's still, we're working on those things. But so I just wanted to ask the council and their thoughts and see if that was a possibility that we could move in that direction. And it also shows the Wyatt Ranches that we're doing our part to purchase, vehicle, and the city's doing their part also. So with that in mind, I did meet with Michael, I did with our Gabriel, and I shared with them my thoughts, and I want to share my thoughts with our city council and see what you all think, if that's a possibility to go in that direction. So we would have to look at financing 5 vehicles for 5 years through government capital at 3.41% interest, and we would have an annual fee, which won't be actually due till 2023. It's a year. So actually, the city won't have to come up with a payment till, if worst case scenario, till 2025 or 2026. So hopefully by then I can purchase. But there's some things that we are doing, and I'll share with you on our stats where we're saving money. So, and those are some of the things, and I will share with you on our vehicles where we're going. But again, I know that's a big step because I think it comes out to $208,000 for the purchase of 5 vehicles. And so I'm asking permission and to purchase or really get into a resolution and maybe look at it and see if that's a possibility. If this council will approve it for that amount.
Council, Mrs. Bowen, your questions?
No, I don't have any questions at this moment. Thank you.
Mr. Burke?
No.
No. Mr. Molina?
So 4 brand new cars for patrol and then 1 for animal control?
That is correct, sir.
Sure.
Yes, sir.
And Michael, what did Michael say? City manager, Esparza, what did he say?
Well,
he's right there.
Which one?
Did he give you a thumbs up?
Go get permission.
Go get permission.
No, he did. I did talk to Michael, and if I misspoken on this, please.
We'll see.
But he did say it was a great idea.
I'll let you know.
He said it was probably one of the best ideas he's had in the last 2 years. He did say that. So, and Gabriel was just going like this. I figured I was on top of the world.
You should be.
Well, I mean, over the past few years, it's always been some concern with the officers whenever I visit with some of them, and so yeah, whatever's needed to do their job safely and to kind of. I remember at one time they were even worried about like high-speed chases or pursuit just because of reliability or whatever. So yeah, I think it's a great idea. Thank you, Chief.
So what we plan on doing, and just to backtrack on a little bit. So what we plan on doing is we are going to take, if it's passed and our council allows us to go that route, the older units, the 2013 units that we are utilizing, we're going to take them out of the fleet and we're going to hand them back to the city so they could utilize for meter techs or in any way they need. So we will still get use out of those older units.
Sure.
Yes. And we also have some trucks in our impound that we also will be using for our city. And so we're trying to do our part to help the city also.
So generous on the Wyatt Ranches too.
Very much so.
Wow,
Couldn't do it
giving
without
back.
it.
Thank you, Chief.
No, thank you, sir.
So those older units, those are the ones I see where the police says PO?
Yes.
Okay.
So, yes,
Because I was
ma'am.
going to
Yes,
ask, when are we going to fix those? But
So
since
we
we're
are
gonna-
going to fix them.
Oh, okay.
I know it takes a little bit of money, but we are going to fix them. Those are the older, so if I can purchase new ones, eventually, why keep investing money?
Sure.
We're going to have to take everything off anyways, so
Right.
eventually we'll do that.
Got it.
So as soon as I find out, we'll start doing those things. And so just real quick, when I came in, I did a survey, or I looked at our stats, and which I'll present earlier, on what we were spending on our vehicles, on their maintenance, and it was on 19 vehicles. And I believe at that time we were spending $54,000 in 6 months that we had spent on repairs to our older model units. Now we have 22 units, and we have a take-home program where the supervisors right now are taking home our units. So I looked at the last 6 months, and it was at $34,000 that we had spent. So that's a savings of $24,000. I think we can even bring that even further down with the purchase of new vehicles, take-home units, and now you have one officer more responsible for his unit. You're not having multiple officers using them. So I think it'll be a savings also on our part. So thank you.
And that was part of the presentation to the wide ranches, and they asked a lot of questions about that, and Chief did a really good job having the statistics there, and they were impressed with how we're doing that and trying to save money and get our police officers proper vehicles.
Thanks.
That's great. Mr. Christ?
So yeah, I guess you answered my question right there. You said the current unit count is
22, sir.
22. I know we had an incident the other day that did it wipe one of our units out for the time being?
It did, so it brought us down to 21, but we got another unit through Kennedy County. So the sheriff there gave us another unit, so it brought us back up to 22. Yes, sir.
So you said we're working on 2,013 units and that we're going to be decommissioning some of those units. How many of those units, is it 5 in and 5 out that you're looking at decommissioning? Or?
No, I'm looking at probably the one with the most mileage. You're looking at maybe 2 or 3. And if we need more, and if we can do better, you know, with we have to decommission more, we'll do that. It's just based on what I'm looking at is what we're spending on a monthly basis on servicing these units.
Reliability.
So, and the liability also.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then what is your, we approve it today, what's your projected, I mean, what would be a reasonable turnaround for these being on the street?
About 8 months
About 8
to a
months.
year.
Okay.
Yes, sir. I mean, we purchased 8 months ago, or almost a year, we purchased 3 units. We have 2, we're still pending 1. So if we order them now because of the backlog that they're having, you're looking at maybe 8 months to a year before we get those units on the street.
That's the sad thing about municipal government right now. Not any government, I guess, right? Or is that just in general?
And well, you have to also, because of what has happened, the pandemic, COVID, the chips in the cars that they're missing, there's just so much, they're just way behind. And so for that, it's dragged it out a little bit more than normal. But it is, every agency is having the same issue. It's not just here, it's everywhere.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And these units are as displayed or outfitted to the highest potential of the officer?
That is correct, sir.
All right.
Only the best.
That's what
And
I
our city manager really, really liked the idea.
All right, Michael.
I'd like eventually for, every officer to have their own vehicles. And,
Yeah.
and I think that's a goal that we have, because they do take more pride in the vehicle. You know, and anytime you have multiple people driving a vehicle, they drive it different ways, and it causes more wear and tear, and this will save us money as the chief has shown.
This is almost like a matching charity grant, pretty much.
Pretty much, yes, sir.
Almost. Yeah.
And you feel the excitement in the guys, you know, both men and women, out there, knowing they're going to drive new vehicles, they have new vehicles, they have their own take-home unit. That's less money that they have to spend on driving from to work. Now it's a radius, right, of 10 miles. If you live outside of, in another town, I'm sorry, you know, in Fremont, Valfurrias, you won't be able to take a unit home, but within the area. And but yeah, it's exciting, and I think it's exciting times.
But it's still assigned to them, so you still have
That
the
is
one
correct,
user.
And they get a lot of wear and tear, are they just around the clock?
Yes, sir, but they're going 24/7,
Right.
pretty much.
Thank you, Chief.
You bet. Thank you, sir.
I just wanted one question.
Yes,
So there's no guidelines or anything or restrictions as far as the grant monies?
No, ma'am,
We're-
not at
okay.
all. And so there is none.
Okay, good, great. Well, thank you so much for presenting that to
Thank
us. Okay, if there's no other questions or discussion, council, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I make a motion adopting a resolution authorizing the city of Alice to enter into a public property finance contract issued under local government code section 271.005 for the purchase of police vehicles and authorizing the city manager to sign all documents related to the purchase of 5 police units.
Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay. All opposed, same sign, and motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Mayor.
you,
Thank
Chief.
you, Council. Thank you, and happy birthday, Mr.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to agenda item 7.5. Hold a public hearing to discuss, consider, and act upon request amending the zoning ordinance by rezoning Atkinson Addition Lot 3, Block 3, known as 1006 Cherry Street from R6 Mobile Home Subdivision to B1 Business District as shown by map thereof recorded in volume 1311, page 797, transcribed map records, Jim Wells County, Texas. Okay, thank you. I will go ahead and open up the public hearing at this time in reference to this agenda item. It is 6:51 p.m. Anyone wishing to speak on this agenda item is welcome to step up and speak in reference to this.
Mayor, we do have one person that was here to speak.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, it was a long meeting today, so thank you for,
Derek, that's enough. Just trying to see if we can turn it into commercial, industrial commercial area at one time and switch it back to residential. Put a trailer there, and then we're trying to see if we can get it to commercial to, maybe get a little, taco stand, cafe, try one step at a time, try to see if we can get it going like that. That's all I'm trying to do. My name is Ed Lichtenberger. Yes, ma'am. That's about it.
thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak in reference to this agenda item? Our public hearing is open.
Mayor, while we're waiting to see if anybody else wants to come and speak for or against the item, just want to give you a quick little synopsis on what this proposal is. It is currently zoned as an R6, which is for a mobile home, and there's a mobile home currently on the property. The proposal is they're going to remove the mobile home and build a small structure on the property, and in order to do that, they need to rezone it to be a B1. That's it. We had no objections when the letters were sent out.
How many letters were sent out?
16 for this.
16?
16. Yeah, 16 for this one.
And planning and zoning?
Planning and zoning approved.
Planning and zoning approved.
Okay. If there's no one else that would like to step up and speak in reference to this agenda item, it is 6:53 p.m. I will close the public hearing. Okay, thank you. Okay. Council, any other questions or discussion? Mr. Chris?
None at this time.
Mr. Molina?
Nope, no problems.
Mr. Burke?
No.
Mrs. Bowen?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Okay, if there's no further questions or discussion, I'll entertain a motion on this agenda item.
Mayor, make a motion to amend the zoning ordinance by rezoning Atkinson Addition Lot 3, Block 3, known as 1006 Cherry Street from R6 Mobile Home Subdivision to a B1 Business District, as shown by map thereof, recorded in volume 1311, page 797, transcribed map records, Jim Wells County, Texas.
Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, all opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carries. Thank you, council. Okay, we will move on to 7.6. Hold a public hearing to discuss, consider, and act upon request amending the zoning ordinance by rezoning Flores Edition Lot 1, 2, and 3, known as 106 Cecilia Street from R5 Townhouse Residential District to a R4 Multifamily District as shown by deed recorded in volume 914, page 333, deed record number 367725, Jim Wells County, Texas. Okay? At this time, I'll open up the public hearing. It is 6:55 p.m. Anyone wishing to speak in reference to this agenda item, please step forward.
And while we're waiting, Mayor, to see if anybody will come up and speak for or against it, I'll give you a quick synopsis on this project as well. And I need to correct myself on the last agenda item. It was 22, not 16. 16 was for this one.
Oh,
the letters
okay.
that were sent out. So.
Okay.
This property is currently zoned for townhomes or townhouses, and they're asking to rezone it for a multifamily apartment type complex, multifamily housing district. There were a total of 16 letters sent out for this one. None of them were returned back either for or against the property. At the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, it was approved. And this one is a part of a bigger project. I believe they're going after some sort of funding to be able to house to receive funding to build the project. So
Yeah,
this is part of that process.
This is the same pocket of tax credits from the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs. The same one that the fish pond development for the old spawn. They were after too, I think. I don't know, they were after Texas Historical Commission this time, but I spoke to Rick Dio about this project also, and there may be one other project that's trying to get funded in another city. But he had that property on Texas Boulevard under contract. If you remember, his project also was, when y'all gave him a letter of support for that project back then. And so he's trying to do the same type of project with the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs. And this, similar to this, he has one in Robstown. Downtown Robstown through the fire.
I just want to remind the public that we do have our public hearing. So if anyone wishing to speak, you're welcome to step forward and speak in reference to
You
this.
could close it.
Yeah.
Mayor, if you want to.
Give one more second.
And he's done these projects before, and so he's looking forward to hopefully getting funded on this one and develop that property.
It is 6:58 p.m. I will close our public hearing at this time. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Esparza. Okay. Council, any questions? Mr. Crisp?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Molina?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Burke?
No, ma'am.
Okay. If there is no further questions or discussion, I'll entertain a motion on this agenda item.
May I make a motion amending the zoning ordinance by rezoning Flotus Edition Lot 1, 2, and 3, known as 106 Cecilia Street from R5 Townhouse Residential District to an R4 Multifamily District, as shown by deed recorded in volume 914, page 333, deed record number 367725, Jim Wells County, Texas.
Second.
Okay. We have a first and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, all opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Okay, agenda item 7.7. Would y'all like to have a quick recess or we continue?
I'm good.
You're good? Okay.
Close the public hearing?
Yes.
Okay. I didn't hear. I didn't
Okay,
hear.
so
Thank you.
7.7, agenda item, hear a presentation from the Alice Fire Department Fire Chief Patrick Thomas regarding statistics for first quarter and yearly calls for service.
There's two separate.
There's yearly and quarterly.
So to start off with, I'll go over the I'll go over the yearly one. So it's going to be the one that has the big flag at the front of it.
Did I say it wrong?
No, you
Oh, okay. Which one will you be going over?
The one with the big flag
Oh.
on the front cover.
Okay.
That's the yearly statistics for 2021. And I'll keep this brief, and as always, you can, if you need more explanations on any of the numbers that you see or any of the statistics, you can always contact me later. But just going over some of the quick highlights, and what you'll notice is that we did have a significant increase in the total amount of call volume. But when you look at the fire, actual fire, it breaks it down between fire and EMS assists. Our fire really wasn't as big of an increase. It was an increase, but not as significant as the overall number. So that first number kind of scared me at first when I realized how big the jump was. But it's not as bad once you start looking into the numbers a little bit further. What I also want to point out is our mutual aid that was given. We doubled the amount of mutual aid that we gave out. We also doubled the amount of mutual aid that we received as well. So it was just a busier year in general for not just us, but everybody. So those are the main things that I wanted to talk about on the overall statistics. And I put the last 3 years statistics in there so that way you can have something to compare against. When you go a little bit further, I do have an incident breakdown of total types of incidents throughout the entire response area. And in addition to that, there's also, I broke it down by city, how many the types of calls that were in the city and the types of calls that were in the county. And so you can see the breakdown of what the differences are there. Going a little bit further, I went into the actual response zone districts. And one thing I did do this time was I included a map. So somewhere in there you should see a map of the different response districts. In case you're curious as far as where 007 falls in our city, what neighborhood that is, you can see that on that map. And so the numbers are in there. Nothing really significant. Everything kind of, other than there being more calls in total, that was the main thing that stood out this last year. And so with that being said, I'll move on to the first quarter statistics. It's all the same agenda item, right? Yes. The next package is your first quarter for 2022. And on this one, again, you'll see there was actually a decrease this year, or this same time this year compared to last year. Did I say that right? There was a decrease. We did have less calls, less total calls, but we did have, it was 45 less calls, but 3 more fire calls when you break it down between fire and EMS. So we were a little bit busier. I know it seemed like we've been really, really busy. You guys have seen all the different fires, obviously the wildland fires, and so our numbers are not up higher. They're just we're spending a lot more time at the calls. So if you look at the total amount of time spent on the calls, whereas last year we were spending about 30 minutes average per call, now we're spending about 70 minutes average per call. So the calls are there's not more of them. They're just bigger calls. They're taking us a lot longer, a lot more time to extinguish. So the man hours that we're using on these fires are a lot more. Our mutual aid, that was another number that kind of stood out. If you look at that number, last year we were at 35. We're already at 30, and we're only in the first quarter. But again, bigger fires means a lot more help is needed. So not just our mutual aid received, but the mutual aid given as well is increased. And that, again, that's just showing you that we're not the only ones that are seen the increase in the amount of the amount of fires and how big the fires are. We're going all over the area, helping out other fire departments as well. Aside from that, I again broke it down by city, by county. You go a little bit further in, you'll see the numbers specifically to each zone. And then on that one again, we broke down all the way to the types of fires in each zone. So if you want to know exactly how many vehicle accidents were in a specific area of town, you can see that using these numbers. And then finally, the other big number that I kind of wanted to highlight, it's no secret, right? We've had wildland fires. Number that really stood out to me was last year, around this same time last year, there was a total of 7.35 acres that had burned. Total last year was 12 acres and 12.65 acres that burned. So far this year in the first quarter, we're already at 1,262 acres, 62.86 acres that has burned just in this first quarter. So again, not so much that the thing to take away is not so much that there's more fires, they're just bigger fires and they're a lot harder to deal with. And again, that's the weather, the weather conditions that are really driving that for us.
What was that number again?
Total acres?
Yes.
1,262.86. It's on the last page of your, last 2 pages, 3 pages of your quarterly statistics.
Oh, there it is.
And that's all I have for you today.
Council, any questions? Mr. Chris?
It's a lot of service you guys are putting in, so I appreciate it. That amount of acreage we all need to keep in mind is any fire that we showed up to, or any fire in
That's only fires that were our response area. That's not counting the other fires that we've gone to in other districts that were, if you counted those numbers, I mean, we had 60,000 acres or something, King Ranch, so.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, that doesn't count those.
Yeah, so there's a lot out there that's going on outside of the city limits that our guys and gals are out there really hitting the hammering down on, so we appreciate all you do, and there's more to it in the end, and everything that y'all do is, man, thank you guys.
Mr. Molina?
Very appreciative of what y'all do. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Burke?
Thank you, Chief and Department.
Thank you.
Mrs. Bowen?
I find it,
Let me say.
one of your reports here very interesting. It's the per zone, where it shows how many incidents, like at Lake Finley and, Central, Southwest Central and all that. That's very interesting to see. These numbers are pretty high in certain areas. And this does not include, this includes us assisting, is that this number on this report?
That report,
Yeah.
yes. If you look at the zones that start with a JW, those are
Yeah.
outside of the city limits.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. All right, well, I just find it interesting. Thank you for putting all this together. Appreciate everything y'all do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, agenda item 7.8, hear presentation from the Alice Police Department Chief Evan Garcia regarding statistics for first quarter and yearly calls for service, arrest, and citation information within the city of Alice.
Once again, Mayor, Council, thank you. As you can see, the last quarter in Alice Police Department has been busy, but there's some things that I'd like to share with you also, and then we go outside the box a little bit. Sorry. So, when I talk to you about what we're going to be spending for the vehicles, so this is the vehicles that we currently have in place, and it's a total of 22 vehicles that we have. And as you can see up there, we still have 2013 units. We have 7 units that we're still utilizing with over 150,000 miles. But I mean, and that's kudos to our maintenance department. Yes.
And these are the vehicles that you use to make the calls that are in your first quarter and yearly quarter report.
That is correct, sir. These are yes, sir. You are correct, and thank you for that, sir. So.
So we can be in compliance with the agenda.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. And so these are the units that we utilize. So that is something that is truly remarkable. And again, what we're spending to make these calls, and I went back the first 6 months, and actually when I first got here, we had spent $56,911. And that's what we were, the expenditures for maintenance on our vehicles. That's including, and prior, that was 19 vehicles that we were looking at that time, or utilizing at the time. The last 6 months here that we've been, and especially in this last quarter, you're looking at $32,477.95 that we spent. That's a savings of $24,433, and that's with actually 3 more units that we have out in the fleet, out in the streets. And but it's more of a take-home unit, so that's been very, very helpful, and it's really helped us to cover our city in this past quarter. So it's been really, really productive for us. So here's something that's really interesting, and I'm going to go into this, and I went back to 2020, and just to share some thoughts on this. So The Alice Police Department Criminal Investigation Division stats, this was in 2020, and from January to December, and we had 15,634 calls. So this is total cases referred to our prosecution. To our district attorney was 114. Our county attorney, which were misdemeanor cases, was 358. Total cases that we referred was 472 cases. Look at the total criminal arrest, 96. That's 20.3% on the arrest. Now we can talk about search warrants of what they did in 2020, the grand jury subpoenas, operations, recovered firearms, and cases referred to the federal, our federal partners, which was 0. So here we are in 2020, January of 2021, December 2021. Calls for service, 17,191. So we had almost 2,500 more calls in 2021 than we had in 2020. But take a look at the cases that we referred to our prosecutor. District attorney, we had 96 or 95. County attorney, we had 191 for a total of 286 cases referred. However, look at the total criminal arrests. 241, that's 84.2%. Compared to 2020, where it was 20.3%. That's almost,
You flipped.
yeah.
Time and a half.
You know, so they've really done a great job. And especially, this is our criminal investigation division, what we've been putting together, and I know we've talked a lot about it. I just wanted to share these stats with you because I thought they were important. And this is what we're looking at, and we're continuing with the process and continuing with, especially this last quarter, and we've been hit hard. I'm going to be honest with you, just yesterday, this morning, we had 12 burglaries of a vehicle that we know of. And we're waiting for 5 o'clock, which I'm sure we had, you know, people that left to work early in the morning are going to come back and say, you know, they had a burglary in the vehicle. So I'm just waiting for that, but we're working on it. I can assure you we'll find them. And but you know, we're going to face times like this, and it's how we respond and what we're going to do. So all in all, it's been very productive for us, for the police department. Both men and women have done a great job for us. And just look at the stats, our search warrants, and what we've been doing. Grand jury subpoenas, look at the operations, the firearms that we've recovered, cases referred to our federal partners. We had 16 cases referred, already 10 have been prosecuted, and with an average of 10 years sentence to prison, and recovered stolen property over 50,000. So those are some of the things that have been really good. Now looking at this last quarter and what we have been doing for our police department. Every month what we're doing is we're putting out a calendar of all the trainings that we'll be having for the police department. And that way other agencies can also come and they can train with us. So in January, these are the trainings that we went, our training coordinator was able to put together, and which were the annual firearms, which we need every year, our TASER certification, and our SWAT. Now, for many of you who don't know this, but our SWAT team has already been in place, and that was this quarter. So we were able to get that training done, get it completed, and that's part of our calendar, what we were able to accomplish. February, you're going to see CPR. We hadn't had CPR since 2017, our certification. So we are CPR certified, first aid. Stop sticks that we use to stop vehicles. And then in March, you are looking at the legislative updates, the K-9 encounters, interacting with deaf and hard of hearing drivers, and de-escalation techniques. So all of these are the trainings that we're putting on at the Alice Police Department, inviting that this is done on a quarterly basis. So that these were some of the things that we were able to do and able to accomplish. And just rounding it off, this is what we did this last quarter on just training alone. And we spend a lot of time on training. We spend a lot of man hours, which is going to equal to a lot of overtime. I'll be honest with you. So, but when we talk about overtime, one of the things that I am looking at is that a large portion of that is coming out the grants. Okay? So just to let you, don't think that it's coming out of city coffers. They are from our budgets, it's coming out from the grants that we've received. So, but all in all, these are the trainings that we have in place. We will continue to do this every quarter. We do have leadership trainings that will be coming in, which will invite everyone, even the public will try to invite everyone to come in and be a part of it. And I think it'll be super, super great. But these are some of the trainings, and that's that we have put together. And please, I really encourage you, as you know, to come by and visit us. I'd love for you to have you, each and every one of you at the police department, just come by.
Thank you.
We're always there to help you. We're there to serve you. Thank you for your support, and to the police department, to our dispatchers, to our animal control. Just share something with you. The animal control just received a grant from NOAA for spading and neutering. So if you adopt a dog, they will pay for it.
Yes.
Okay, so that's pretty awesome.
Yes. Thank you.
And that's all I have. I do thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, John.
Okay. 7.9. Here's status report on March 2022 month-end financial statement, summary of funds, and delivery of March 2022 check registers.
Good evening. I don't know if I can top the chief, but I'm trying my best. Appreciate y'all sticking around, and I'll try and get through this quickly for y'all. We're going to do financials for the 6 month ending March 31st, 2022. The general fund revenues are $6,418,701. Property tax budget was $1,458,265, and year to date we've received $2,559,276. Exhibit B, we have our M&O and INS 2022, and we're showing $3,805,919. Last year we had $3,668,000, so we're roughly 137 over that mark. Going back to Exhibit A, sales tax was budgeted at $2.640,000, and we're showing $1.969789 through January. On Exhibit C, that's sales tax budget versus actual, and this includes the month of February. February's collection was $466,402, so we're 26 above our target. 2022 budget was $2.2 million, and we have an actual of $2,436,192. So overall, we're $236,000 over budget. Exhibit D, we have an actual of 2022 versus actual 2021, and there's an increase of just over $314,000 year to date. Moving on to Exhibit E, we have our general fund expenditures. Year to date, we have spent $6,824,597. And some of the larger departments we can touch on, our general service is showing at 52%. Fire department is at just over 67%, and I'll touch on some of the notes that the director spoke about on these. Police department is just over 57%. Street maintenance is at 56%. Parks and playground is at 58%, and public health is just over 65% of budget. Exhibit F, revenues versus expenditures for all funds. The general fund, we're showing a negative $405,896. Solid waste, we're showing a negative $355,738. Utility fund has a negative $78,076. Airport fund is a negative $61,403, and that's with the transfer. The golf course fund is $27,588 with the transfer. Hotel occupancy is $31,280, and the multi-use complex is showing a negative $99,252 with the transfer. On the final slide, you'll see revenue over expenditures comparing 2021 and 2022. General fund was at $512,227 last year, and this year we're showing the negative $405,896. The solid waste was a negative $50,009, and now we're at a negative $355,738. Utility fund was a negative $114,141, and now we're at a negative $78,076. The airport fund was at $3,597, and now we're at a negative $61,403. The golf course fund was $32,843, and now we're at $27,588. Hotel occupancy was at $56,975, and now we're at $31,280. And the final one is a multi-use was negative $64,428, and now we're at a negative $99,252. And just right off the bat as a summary, I know quite a few of those were negative, and I know it's kind of daunting to look at, but as the directors of fire department, police department, they're battling every day, and overtime is our biggest hit right now in expenses. They did mention grants. We haven't received the reimbursement. We're working with both departments to get those reimbursements. Just to give you an idea, fire department, we're showing just over $500,000 in overtime. Roughly what we're looking at working with Patrick and his team, we feel we'll get 75 to 80% of that back. So just by doing that, once we get that, that'll flip the general fund to break even. On top of that, the 2 cars that the chief mentioned, we received a check last year from the Wyatt Fund, but because of what he mentioned, pandemic and so forth, that we couldn't get those, we just spent it that this year. So it kind of, that money was there in the reserves last year, but we just spent it this month. So that's another $100,000 right there. Okay. And then repair and maintenance across the board, if you ask any department, we're really gonna buy, Mr. Guetta, I mean, things, fleet that we should have had replaced, we had in our wish list, we can't get them. We can't get repaired parts for them, so we're really overspending for Band-Aids at this time. So, I mean, our costs are out of control, but all directors are working together and we're trying to do it. So solid waste, you can see that $355,000, but I mean, we're renting equipment, we need equipment, so we're working on it, but it's just timing, pandemic, and so forth. So that's, if anyone has any questions.
Council, Mrs. Bowen?
No, not at this time, thank you.
Mr. Burke? Mr. Molina?
Well, thank you for that, Gabe.
Mr. Chris?
Yes, I do, just a quick one. The general fund right here shows 2021 at 512 over and 405 under. You said that a lot of that's going to come back once we get the X number of dollars, but that gets us back to 500,000, let's just say, right?
Correct.
But does the 2021 revenues actually show the months of general fund revenue that we're missing? Because we're behind in our sales tax recipients up to 2 months.
Right.
Now, is it shown in there through March where we only show
The
through
revenues
February?
are shown in there, yes, sir.
So that's another thing that people need to keep in mind when they see this kind of number also, is the fact that there's a 400 and, what do we budget, 428?
440.
A 440 differential there too for 1 month that we don't actually show because we haven't received it, but for 2021, we show it because we received it. So there's always going to at least be 1 to 2 months of differential there too, in those numbers. So just something to put out there for the general public that sees this kind of number. Yeah, you explained it back to 0, but where's the other 5?
Right.
There it is, right there, in the 1 month that we're not accounting for. Okay, that was it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well,
Oh.
you, eh? Me.
He's done.
Oh,
You wanna,
I apologize.
you wanna skip me.
No, ma'am, never.
I just wanted to ask you, on solid waste, we're showing the 355,000 negative. How much of that is the impact of the cell, the construction, the cost, besides the repairs? Is that part of
No,
that?
this is strictly like the
Just-
repairs and the disposal fees and the
Okay.
rentals and so forth. That, it's not the
No-
construction. Yes, ma'am.
Nothing to do with that, okay. And there were a couple of things that I did see, and I just wanted to ask. We had a check for Nueces Farm Center. What is that for?
Oasis Farm, I apologize.
You're fine.
That is for an excavator rental for Escobar Street in San Felipe.
Okay. And then there was Hanson Professional Services.
That's a gentleman right here to help us with cell
Oh, hi.
construction.
Okay. And Holt Company
Holt Company,
of Texas.
repairs and rental of a compactor for San Felipe as well.
Okay. And you already answered with Nueces.
4X.
Forex is the
That I already
construction as
know,
well.
yeah.
Those are the big ticket items.
Yes. There was Rush Truck Center.
That one, I apologize, I don't have a note on that one.
No?
I can find that for you and let you know, but I don't have a note.
Okay.
Yeah, Rush is repairs most of the time.
Most of the time, right, but I couldn't tell you what unit or
Okay.
what department.
And Sprint Waste Services?
Do you know that one, Vanessa? Oh.
I think we have to
Sludge
get it.
removal, right?
Huh?
Sludge removal.
Oh, okay.
Sludge removal.
Okay. All right, that's it.
Thank you.
you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Okay. All right, moving on to agenda item number 8, executive session. In accordance with Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, Subchapter D, the City Council will now recess into executive session, closed meeting, to discuss the following. The City Council may enter into closed or executive session to discuss the following pursuant to 8.1, consideration of personnel matters, Texas Government Code. Yeah, I'm going to come right back to you. Subsection 551.074, discussion on appointment of finance director. 8.2, consultation with its attorney, Texas Government Code, and subsection 551.071, discussion regarding mayor, city council, city manager, and staff communication, open meetings, First Amendment application and public records, discussion regarding Texas Department of Transportation bridge summary. 8.3, discussion about the value or transfer of real property, Texas Government Code, and subsection 551.072, purchase of real estate for the City of Alice landfill. Okay, and Mr. Lemon, I wanted to ask for a point of clarification when we get to 8.2. Is it A or 8.2? I'm sorry. 8.2.
Well, and Larry, you have a
And I do,
citizen that would like to comment on a particular issue, and if you would like to allow the citizen to comment on the issue, and then you can
Sure.
ask questions, and I
okay.
can answer.
Yeah, you may. Just go ahead and reintroduce yourself. I'm sorry.
Again?
Yes, ma'am.
Just so I'm still the same person. I still live at 904 Lewis. If the city attorney is to make a comment, I ask that he speak directly into the microphone loudly and clearly. There is a huge difference between politics and government. Unfortunately, our small beloved community has suffered and citizens have paid a price because council seems to have forgotten that they serve the city and citizens. The city manager needs to be reminded that he works for the citizens of Alice and not for the council, that he has said that he would be demanding a huge raise from. As elected official, one takes an oath of office, and as citizens, it is not only our right, but our obligation to hold them accountable. Our city has had problems, some of which have led to alleged questionable ordinances, amendments made to charter, conflict of interest, illegal recall, First Amendment violations, abuse of power, oppression, etc. The fact remains that 3 individuals sitting in front of us have been the common denominators then and now. According to the city manager, he hears negative remarks about our community at every city he goes to. A city's reputation is often based on its city's officials, and actions speak louder than words. It is time to stop accepting that city business may be conducted on personal social media pages despite evidence and questions via open records in regards to that for over 6 years. You have allegedly allowed citizens' rights to be violated by blocking them, allowing cyberbullying to occur because they state their opinions. When a citizen sets up a meeting, one only hopes that a solution will be made rather than igniting more problems. City atmosphere that allows an individual to be verbally assaulted because she is quoting the ruling of an attorney general is a no-brainer that our city has lost its direction. It should not be allowed that a man can angrily throw his papers on the mayor's desk, move his chair back, get 2 inches away from me as he points his fingers, and I feel his spit upon my face. For a woman like myself who has a low immune system, that frightened me to no end.
Mrs. Silva, I apologize, but we're getting outside of that agenda item, so I wanted to.
Okay, well, let me just get to that last sentence.
You have approximately 30 seconds.
Okay, deadlines have been missed for city contracts, open records requests, attorney general deadlines. We need change. Let's have a legal recall. Good evening and thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you. I do want a point of clarification in reference to this before we enter into executive session.
Yes,
And I'll let council know we did receive an email from a concerned citizen questioning if that particular agenda item qualified to go into executive session. And
Well, I don't think that was it, Mayor. I think the question was as to whether or not it was sufficient posting under the Open Meetings Act, of the State of Texas. And as I replied to your email and sent it to council, it's my opinion that it is. I specifically stated legal conclusions in those regards, and I would refer, Your Honor, Mayor, to the Texas Open Meetings Handbook that you've received as part of your Texas
That we
Open...
all-
Yes, that you all received.
Yes,
as your
sir.
Texas Open Meeting training, that I took those specific statements directly from that handbook. And in there, the legal citations are there, the cases, the Attorney General
Yes.
opinions. And so yes, it is my opinion that it is sufficient to meet the notice requirements.
the way it was worded, constructed, and posted.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
May we have something in writing in reference to that, please?
And that I did, I sent you an email. We can
It didn't-
discuss, we can
okay.
discuss the citations that you already have in your possession through your handbook. We can discuss those in executive session, but there's some issues in regards to that as well.
Okay. I was just so that we were clear, let me see. I wanted to make sure we were protecting all of us. And can you explain to me then just that section 551144?
I don't understand what you're trying to ask me.
Just in reference to closed meetings, offense and penalties?
Your Honor, in regards to 144, and you talk about the penalties, the only penalty that occurs for discussion something for violation of the Open Meetings Act, okay? That's where it comes down to, is that the action is voidable. In other words, if somebody wishes to feel that it hasn't been appropriately posted, you can begin a proceeding to avoid the action that was taken by the council or the government entity.
Okay. Well, thank you for that clarification.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for letting us know that the way it was worded, posted, and constructed is...
It's sufficient.
It's sufficient.
Yes.
Thank you so much. And at this time, we will go into executive session.
case.
I need an escort.
I have some videos to share with him as a citizen.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. We're back from our executive session. Let's see. So, let me go to agenda item number 9. Return to open session. Return to open session and take any action necessary as a result of discussions and preceding agenda item number 8.1, 8.2, and 8.3 pursuant to Texas Government Code subsection 551.074, subsection 551.071, and subsection 551.072. 9.1, consideration of personnel matters, Texas Government Code, and subsection 551.074, discussion on appointment of finance director. 9.2, consultation with its attorney, Texas Government Code, and subsection 551.071, discussion regarding mayor, city council, city manager, and staff communication, open meetings, First Amendment application, and public records. Discussion regarding Texas Department of Transportation bridge summary. 9.3, discussions about the value or transfer of real property, Texas Government Code, and subsection 551.072, purchase of real estate for the City of Alice landfill.
Mayor, on 9.1, with y'all's approval, I'd like to appoint Gabriel Anzaldúa as our finance director.
Okay, council? Any?
No comment?
No, I'm good.
No. Mr. Br- Okay. There's no comments or discussion. I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I make a motion to the appointment and hiring of Gabriel as the finance director.
Second.
Do we have to say his last name?
I don't know, Mayor, are you all right?
Yeah. All right.
Say that last name?
Huh?
Do we have to give the last name?
Anzaldúa. He said it.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're good.
All right. Okay.
I'm sorry. Ron seconded it.
Yeah, Ron
Okay,
second.
so we have a first and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Okay. 9.2, there
No
was
action
just
needed.
no action. Okay. 9.3. Also,
As per conversation, Mayor, I make a motion to engage Hanson to complete a constraint analysis on property. To determine feasibility of landfill expansion and/or new site development.
Second.
okay,
Sorry.
we have a first and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Okay, motion passes. Agenda item number 10, adjournment. We have a motion.
Mayor, I make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Okay. Meeting adjourned. Thank you so much.